morning. Okay. I can think it. 4 years ago, I stayed up till 3 in the morning with my girlfriend doing tequila. And she wakes me up at 6:30 and she says, let's go do Runyon Canyon. And I go, yeah, I can do that. And I fell 80 feet down Runyon Canyon, broke my arm in like 10 places. And then I went, I can straighten it, I can fix it.
You became a running.
It's because of them. It's not because of me. So we're going to be talking about AR, VR, and MR as it affects advertising and brands and consumer interaction. Similar ground rules to every other panel you've ever seen me do. It is interactive. You came to this session as opposed to 3 other sessions that are going on simultaneously. They are giving out free weed next door. No, I'm kidding. I was like, they're gone. Because you thought that you might learn something here today. If we don't get to what you came here for, you have to raise your hand and say, but what about such and such? If you leave here because we didn't talk about what you wanted to learn about, it's because you didn't raise your hand, okay? Okay. Ted, come on, whatever. Anyway, the other thing is whenever you have a question, raise your hand. The worst thing is this is a 1-hour panel. 55 minutes from now, someone raises their hand and says, well, in your opening intro 40 minutes ago, somebody said whatever. What did they mean? So ask questions whenever you want. Do we have a mic for questions? We do not. So speak loudly. I'll repeat the question for the legendary whatever. This is, as I configure, my 25th year doing panels for Victor. So if it seems a little casual, it's not casual, it's just comfortable. So, as I probably do every time, I want everyone to introduce themselves. In less than a minute, say what you currently do. How did you first get started in what you do? And how did you get into the business? Who gave you your first break? So who took you from working at John Hancock Insurance and said, no, you'd be much better at publicist?
In less than a minute.
What?
In less than a minute.
Well, no, you have 2 minutes. A minute to talk about what you do now and another minute to talk about how you got there. You're on.
Wow.
And talk into the mic because he wants to get every word for posterity.
My name's Grant Ogburn. I'm the head of client services for a group called TiltShift within the Publicis Group. So Publicis Group is the 3rd largest ad agency network in the world. I lead a group of people exploring XR, so AR, VR, mixed reality, and then CG pipeline development across 150 global agencies and their clients. I fell into this I guess my big break was at 23 years old. I wanted to be a creative director. I was getting a master's in being a creative director, and then I met
what school?
Washington State University.
They had a master's in being a creative director.
In advertising and technology.
Very cool.
I met an account rep for Wonderman, and he told me, you talk too much, you'll never be a creative director, you're going to be an account person. I spent 10 years at Microsoft working for Xbox as a marketing manager, and then joined a startup within Publicis Group about 3.5 years ago.
Very cool.
My name is Natasha French. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Ventana. We're a mixed reality company that specializes in creating interactive holograms. So you can see yourself in real time without the need of a mobile phone, without the need of a headset, holographically serve a tennis ball to a hologram of Roger Federer. He could hit it back to you, and then you get a lovely video that you can share on social. But with all of that, we can track data on that user from email, name, using facial recognition, sentiment, product preference, age range, and gender. So providing the brand a 360-degree view of the customer, but also providing the customer a very engaging experience. We also do a lot on the software end, so we're big believers in, there's a lot of content out there, but it's not really meeting the needs of AR, VR, MR. So we've built a platform that enables brands to get their 3D assets, push them up to our cloud, and you can push those assets out now to holographic displays, mobile AR, and also headsets. How I got my break, I have a very, very crazy background, but started as a journalist at CNN, so by heart I'm a storyteller. Lived my life through a lot of helping build companies in the risk management side, and then when I moved back to LA, I started helping launch mobile apps. Probably launched every single parking app known to mankind. We probably don't need that many, but they're out there. And how I discovered Ventana, I was at a TEDx event. Our CEO was there, and she had a hologram next to her. I was very intrigued. I sent her a business plan the next day saying she needed marketing and PR help. 6 months later, I became the CMO, and the story goes from there.
When you met her, did you talk to the hologram by mistake, or did you talk to the...
Tempting.
Okay. Barry, what do you do? No.
What do I do?
Barry and I have done a few panels together.
Yeah, a few. Barry Sandrew, I'm COO and executive producer at South Bay Visual Effects. We do visual effects, DI, and 2D to 3D conversion. I also am a consultant for a company called Nextech AR Solutions. They're doing e-commerce, education, and also entertainment, and they just opened a new studio here in Hollywood called AR Studios, which I'm involved with. The person who gave me my start was Ted Turner, who allowed me to invent the process of colorizing black and white movies and destroying our American film heritage. But that got me out of academia and got me into Hollywood, and then I invented a process for converting movies from 2D to 3D and founded Legend 3D, and did my team has probably done about 60 of the highest performing feature films that have come out of Hollywood over the past 10 years.
So to insert, Barry's one of two people I met. I met Barry a couple of years ago, and he says, "What do you do?" "Oh, I worked with Van Halen, and I worked at EMI, and I did this, and I did that." "What did you do?" "I invented colorization and 3D processing." "Okay, you win." The other one was at UCLA a few years ago. I had the same conversation. "Look what I do." "And what did you do?" And he goes, "I'm Marty Cooper." Does anybody know who Marty Cooper is?
Oh, yes.
He invented the cell phone.
Yeah.
I literally got on my knees, bowed down, and went, "You win." Yeah. So Barry's done some very cool things and continues to do some very cool things.
Yeah, and Marty's a good friend.
And is fun to go on a trip with.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dan. I am the president of Laduma, which is a...
You go.
Hi, I'm
Your
Dan.
mic doesn't sound loud. Is it good? There we go.
There we go. Hi, I'm Dan. I'm the president of Laduma, which is a full-service immersive tech company. We do virtual and augmented reality and immersive projection. Some of our specialist products are, we've got a fully immersive floor-to-ceiling dome, and we have a dome without a dome where we do immersive projection in rooms and on trade show stands, and we're now working on some nice AR technology with Princess Leia technology, as we like to call it. I'm on my third career. I was a sports journalist for the first 10 years, ending up in Bermuda, and then I joined the British Diplomatic Service, and I worked for 12 years as a British diplomat and served in various places, and then because of a variety of things, including Brexit, I decided I wanted to try a non-government world, and I got offered a job working for a sports betting company, and my wife wouldn't let me take it, so I joined an immersive tech company instead.
Very cool.
I'm Juliana Patel. I am a creator of fun with the Wild Optimists, and we specialize in creating puzzles and games that increase audience engagement. So we partner with a wide variety of companies. We've worked with marketing and doing activations. We work with theme parks, and we also work in the tabletop and escape room space. And we, my partner RL Rubin is right there, kind of gave ourselves our own start when we launched a Kickstarter. So before that, we both were writers in Hollywood, and we just were super passionate about games and escape rooms, and there was nothing that brought the two of them together, so we thought they should exist together. And so we launched our Kickstarter, and it's all been a great story from there. And so basically, we want to find new ways to play.
Very cool. I've spent years trying to get out of the music business. That's been my escape room. Still have. People ask me, how do I get into the music business? I said, I'll let you in if you let me out. We'll just switch. My name is Ted Cohen. I run a consulting practice called Tag Strategic. I'm also a partner in a firm in Austin called Media Tech Ventures. I've been doing this for a long time. As some of the people here who know me, I have a very in-your-face way of consulting with clients. Instead of saying, you know, there might be another way to approach it, the phrase, "Are you effing kidding me?" comes up a lot, which with some clients works, and with other clients it's a short engagement. I got started in high school managing bands. My first client was a local diva in Cleveland by the name of Eric Carmen, so whenever you hear "all by myself," I have some blame in that. And I really enjoy what I do now, especially enjoy getting people like this together. We have fun. I'm going to do something a little bit different. Like I said, you all came here for a reason. I'd like somebody in the audience to throw out their first question to the panel. Your hand flew up. Go ahead. The restroom's down the hall. No, sorry, I'm kidding. You, go ahead. Stand up. Yeah, stand up. Talk loudly. Hi, I'm Matt.
French.
Like a virtual library? Or a virtual media center?
Yeah, virtual media center for like business-to-business clients for them to be able to look. I have a client looking for a separate experience for their marketing specialist. And we already have the spec, and we have everything done. I have a partner for 3D models to get within, and I'm just like shamelessly asking you if you're coming.
Yeah, well, let's definitely connect.
Well, she's not here to do business or get new clients.
What
No,
I
I'm kidding.
think I can answer that. Let's connect after so I can go a little bit more depth. But I think just to kind of go along the lines of what I was discussing. So there's a lot of headsets out there. There's a lot of 3D models that we've been able to use. So basically, when we built all of our displays, we built the hardware because there was nothing out there. And so we have hologram best practices of, there needs to be textures and shading so it looks good in that space that displays on our hologram displays. However, we've noticed there's a lot of clients out there who have built these models, but they can't use them in our space, they can't use them online. And so what we've done is built that back end because we're big believers that we want people to create content and we want it pushed out there. So we've built that software platform where you can take that 3D model, whether if it's an FBX, OBJ, push it up to our cloud, and then there's predetermined gestures and experiences that our platform has that is the output. So we can definitely talk after in more detail.
That's cool. That's very cool.
I think another panelist on the board may actually be able to do connected VR experiences so that you could have up to 20 of your marketers linked together, seeing the exact same type of experience and interact with it or manipulate it in real time.
Is that him?
Yeah, I can give you my business card afterwards and talk to you about it, but in theory, yes. I mean, the whole point is trying to make VR more social, trying to find ways of people interacting with each other, and that's the direction it's all moving in. And Ventana do versions of that, and we do versions of that.
The thing you have to avoid, I mean, there's some people I've worked with here. There was a wonderful technology called CDI that a few people remember here. Philips Electronics in the 90s spent $1 billion on it. And for some reason they shut us down. I don't know, something about the billion. But we learned early on that recreating virtual experiences that just mirrored the physical world, the thing that's great about virtual is that you don't have to get on the bus to drive to the Smithsonian and get off the bus and whatever. You can just, teleport from one museum to another. At one point, somebody came up with a virtual banking experience where you got in a virtual line and waited for a virtual teller to take care of you. Didn't go over very well. So you have to think beyond it and what that room might be. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about different experiences, and it's about telling stories, and it's about putting people in places that they can't get to otherwise. So if you've got 15 people in a physical space together who you want to interact with each other, then you could spend lots of money putting some clever technology around it, or you could just ask them to speak to each other. But if you're trying to put people who obviously aren't there into a space to meet with other people who also aren't there, or do it against a backdrop that doesn't really exist there, then that's where you start using this clever technology.
So let me ask, anybody jump in. In terms of VR, are we in a VHS beta war still currently, and is that an impediment to succeeding? So between Oculus headsets, Vive headsets, and other ones that are out there, is there any standardization at this point so that when you're creating, you don't have to create for 5 different platforms?
There is standardization happening for sure. I think that the fidelity of the headsets, especially when it's a PC-driven experience, it remains amazingly high. What we need to get to for there to be mass market adoption is devices need to be wireless, they need to deliver 4K to 8K output, they need to be fully interactive experiences so that people can be mobile, and they also need to be a shareable social experience so that multiple users can see the exact same experience and interact with the experience at the same time. We don't see that yet. I think we see a portable, low-resolution headset, and in those types of experiences, those are beneficial to more snackable or kind of a lightweight gaming experience. And so that will continue to be easily adopted by the early adopter audience and a younger audience that are wanting to be in a gaming environment. We won't see mass enterprise level or mass consumer adoption for another couple of years until those devices get higher and higher quality with less tether to a PC-driven experience.
So what do you think the release, I got an email yesterday saying, click here to order your Quest. We're shipping the Oculus Quest that they're shipping next week. Is that, you played with the Quest?
Yep.
Is that going to have a major effect on jump-starting this?
I think it'll continue to drive us forward, but it's not going to be the straw that's going to just break its back.
Barry, you started to say something or no?
Yeah, I think that VR has a long way to go. If anybody follows my LinkedIn, I comment and post a great deal about AR and VR, AR versus VR, and a lot of people say you got to take the versus out because it's all just one continuum. I disagree with that 100%. I also think that VR has its place. I don't think that entertainment is one of them, and I don't think storytelling is one of them. So I'm just setting the stage right here. I think that AR basically is emerging as where VR wanted to be, and I think it's going to continue. And the beauty of AR is that everybody in this room has a device on them today, right now, that can do VR, do AR. You don't have one that can do VR, unless you maybe have a cardboard at home, but most of those are in landfills at this moment. Anyway,
the cardboard.
I have no opinion.
You have no opinion.
I mean, at the end of the day, the money for everybody in this room, regardless of what vertical you represent, is in the commodification of experiences. People at some point, like you would rent a movie from iTunes for $4.99, you will rent a trip to Bali and you will feel the sun on your back. We're just not, we are probably 5 to 10 years away from Ready Player One. We're just, the tech isn't there yet.
See, that's a problem because for the past 3 decades, VR has been 10 years away from mass adoption, and it's still not here.
Yes. You want to ask her a question? Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that ultimately, I think in terms of AR versus VR, it's always going to boil down to the experience and what is it that people can engage with. I think AR is a bit easier in terms of it's already there, everyone already has that phone, and it's so simple to put up and have a filter on your face, and it's fun and it's shareable. But as long as you're creating an experience or a game or something that's going to really walk people through and teach them what they need to know in terms of using this technology, they'll be more and more likely to adopt it.
More important than the experience is whether you can monetize it, because if you can't monetize it, it becomes either a hobby or an art project. And in VR, gaming, it's incredibly successful in terms of storytelling. Name me one title that's made an ROI.
That's really...
And to touch on that, just think about the consumer. So our attention spans are now less than a goldfish, which is goldfish is at 9 seconds, we're at 8 seconds. And so I think we start there and understand when a consumer is, whether walking through a sports stadium, whether walking through a mall, people still go to malls, or walking through an environment, we're using these different immersive technologies just to capture someone's attention, right? Where you might not, if there's a nice shiny hologram of a shoe floating, that might stop you in your tracks as opposed to a cardboard cutout. So once we've engaged that consumer and caught their attention, now we're bringing them in, but then it goes down to that experience where it is new and it's different. I was just speaking to some of the panelists, seeing people we were at a lot of sports stadiums and the Clippers with our client Lexus, where their whole use case is, first, you can't fit cars into stadiums, so let's make a hologram car and people can experience that car, but also StubHub and Ticketmaster aren't giving Lexus, who's sponsoring the team, all the emails and names of the people coming through. So they're using it as an engagement tool for lead generation to capture that information. But in addition to that, if someone comes up to it, I've seen people try to do it, and they're like, your machine's broken. I'm like, well, the machine's not broken, you're just not used to, grabbing air and seeing it react. And I think you're understanding that customer and creating those experiences where the brand is monetizing, but you have to think about, for the consumer part, it has to be engaging and different for them to enjoy it. And it's hard medium, and so I think what we're big believers in is understanding that customer and making sure you have a goal when you create that experience, and that goal can lead you to maybe creating a VR experience, maybe an AR experience, maybe a good old-fashioned just experiential experience if that's the case, but making sure you have that goal is going to lead to the success of using the different types of technology.
Good.
So just
And then then you.
So just going back to the original question about which headset and so on, I think there will always be a great use case for headsets for experiences where you need to concentrate. So whether that's high-level gaming and you don't mind paying that much money to be able to do the gaming at the highest level, or we've done some stuff training heart surgeons where you want them to be concentrating on only what they see there because they're learning a new type of heart surgery technique, so you want them to be isolated from everything else. But when you start looking beyond that, I think the initial excitement of headsets is now very old. If you're doing some kind of activation or event, people don't want to line up to do one at a time experiences. They don't want to put on a headset that they now realise has been worn by 50 other sweaty people already that day, in a way that I don't think we did when they were new. So there will always be a place for the headsets, but people in factories don't want to be wearing them for hours. People in shopping malls don't necessarily want to put them on for too long, and that's where some of this social version of VR works better. Things like the holograms and immersing people in domes and in immersive spaces. That's where that real opportunity is.
I worked with a museum in Seattle that called that visitor juice. The repurposing of goggles and the sweat that's inside them. Another thing, just really quickly touching on your headset piece, is kind of the sensitivity of an ego. So putting on a headset is a very solitary experience, and so if you're in a conference setting, or you're in a dealer showroom, or if you're in we've done a lot of work with Procter & Gamble, people don't want to put on a headset and then be alone because they don't know what's happening around them. Are people going to push them? Especially if there's an audio experience, so you can't hear or see anything that's happening around you? Is there an earthquake? Is the building collapsing around you? There's a sensitivity around that. So as you explore VR experiences, I'm not saying don't do that, but be sensitive to that. and also be sensitive to the audience. We find that in super premium audiences, folks that are spending $100,000 or more on a vehicle, we've done a lot of work with high-end real estate, so doing pre-visualization of luxury condos with $5 million price points and up. Those consumers don't want to put a headset on. A woman that has spent money and time getting ready does not want to put a head strap behind her hair and smudge her makeup.
I totally agree. I mean, there's Ritz-Carlton downtown's that way, has a $14 million condo on the top of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I was talking to the guy who represented it, and we're talking about, I mentioned VR, and he goes, my clients have no interest in putting on a headset. They would rather see drone footage, they would rather see whatever. But the big selling point was the condo came with free breakfast.
Yep. And that goes to-
14 million, but you got free breakfast every day at the Ritz-Carlton.
Yep.
But again, because I said, you should do a VR walkthrough, and he goes, nope, no interest. Yes, Mr. Sandra.
Yeah,
Dr. Sandra. Professor.
There's a great story about a company, brick and mortar company called Best Buy that was just about ready to go out of business. And a guy by the name of Jolly, Herbert Jolly, came in and recognized the fact that people were going into Best Buy, but they weren't buying anything. They were going there to experience the product, and then they were going to Amazon and buying it.
Showrooming.
So what he did was he turned that place around, and he said, okay, if I'm a showroom, I'm going to charge Sony and everybody else for the space, and I'm going to all that. So he turned it into a huge success. But brick and mortar, it nevertheless is going away. I mean, Toys R Us, all of these companies, Sears, they're all going away, and everything is going to e-commerce. And yet there is a desire by the consumer to experience the product that they're going to buy or they want to buy, because the conversion rate on any e-commerce is relatively low. It's about 3%, unless you use augmented reality, where you can actually bring something in your house, see what it looks like in your house, and then the conversion rate goes way up. And that's really, I think, where there's a huge market for augmented reality in e-commerce.
I think
Mike,
there's
I'm sorry,
also
go ahead.
a huge market just in terms of experiential. While malls are failing and retail is having a lot of issues, there's a lot of the experiential space that's growing. So there's this new Area 15 is opening in Vegas, and it's calling itself an immersive bazaar. And it's because people are still looking for an excuse to go out and be with their friends and spend money and have an experience that is different than what they can get at home if they're just buying, online. And so I think there's still a tremendous space to make a lot of money by using this technology to give people experiences out in the world.
Mike, you're next. I'll make one more comment. So Amazon integrated some ARs, as did IKEA, in terms of staging a room. My girlfriend, Maggie, who hasn't called today, she usually calls and I hold the phone up and go, say hi. She knows I'm on the panel, she still calls. She's addicted. Some people are addicted to alcohol. She's addicted to Roomba. We have 4 of them now in the house. They bump into each other. So Roomba came out with a new model, and she goes, "You got to get it. Now it'll tell me when it runs into dirt. It's fantastic." So I sent her a picture of the new Roomba in the living room. It was basically a digital prank. It was the AR. It showed the Roomba with a perfect drop shadow. It looked at the room, it put the Roomba on the floor, scaled to what the size of the room, and she goes, "You got it." When she came home, it wasn't there. It will work, and she still wants it. You had the question, and then you're up next. Yes, sir.
I'd love to hear from the panel, particularly, thanks to Tasha and Grant for bringing it back a little bit to advertising and branding.
Yes.
As a strategy. I'd love to hear from each of you on the panel, something either that you've done that you're particularly passionate about, or that you've seen in the marketplace that you thought was particularly special in utilizing AR, VR, XR in some fashion that worked as an advertising and branding strategy.
They will do it if at the end of it I can turn to you, tell me the ones you've seen that suck. Go ahead. What have you seen that you really like, that you've been involved in, and something you're jealous that you wish you would have done?
Let's see. A lot of what we're doing right now, especially for marketing and branding, is to try to, and I'm gonna pick on you a little bit because I think you're really onto it about the experiences and the platforms. Across all of our brands, we're trying to get away from one-off experiences. We're trying to look at efficiency plays. So when you're looking at something like, I'm going to pick on an auto brand because I work on it a lot. When you're looking at an experiential activation that could happen at just an auto show versus it could happen in a dealership versus it could tie into marketing in a consumer's home, how can you re-platform that entire experience, move it up one level, and actually incorporate it into the endemic experience of the consumer's path to purchase? So I realize that I have a lease that's about to end. I now have an augmented reality device in my hand. I can go out to my driveway, I can scan my 2016 vehicle, and then I can have it overlaid with a 2019 vehicle. I can see all the differences in the tech, I can see all the differences in the design. I can then build that car, I can send it to my dealership. My dealer can actually see if they have that in their inventory. Then they can see if they can contact me and say, hey, I've got one on my lot. I don't have one on my lot. It's 50 miles away, I'll bring it to you. They can bring it to their home. It's kind of the Tesla model. And then we can also ladder in experiential experiences around that. So for brands, whether that's I just use an auto example, but that works for CPG, that works for QSRs. I think it's anyone who is really looking at integrating immersive technology into their core marketing strategy. I'm wowed and impressed by that. I do a lot of work with Lexus and Toyota because we're based down at Team One. So I'm admiring the creatives and the tech innovation that's happening in my own building. Outside of that, I was just involved in something for Miller Coors, where basically for their St. Patrick's Day promotions, all their bottles, all their steins, you could actually scan the Miller Coors logo. A leprechaun would kind of like kick open the logo and then like come walking out onto the table. I thought that was kind of a kitschy way to kind of get people involved and also have them look for a scannable logo, whether it be on a bus or on a billboard, things like that. And then things that I'm really impressed by right now, not related to I'll do an on-brand one and an off. If you haven't been to the Alien Zoo at Century City, I suggest you do it. Social VR, it's really, really impressive. I took 2 kids and 2 friends, and I was just blown away by the fidelity of the experience, and also that I could see my own feet. That's you could see your feet in an experience. That's pretty fucking awesome. And then from a brand that I'm jealous I wasn't involved in, you're putting me on the spot. I'd have to think about this some more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we go, do we need a Starbucks of social VR to bring it home? Because I was on Hollywood Boulevard the other day going for a very long walk, and I got talked into going into a VR lounge on Hollywood Boulevard, and I felt like I had gone to a carnival and they were trying to sell me, do you want to see the bearded lady? They had good technology, but it felt like a hustle. The one you're talking about obviously is a more upscale experience.
Yeah, it's a much more upscale experience. So it's a 5-minute experience. You and 5 other people actually can upload yourself into this experience, and then you can walk around and touch, play, wander. You're kind of taken on a little journey. It's a fully immersive shared reality experience that I'm pretty impressed by. When it comes to social cafes, Facebook's probably going to delete my whole life for saying this, but I think we went too far to rewind 10 years to avatars. Right. I think we're a long way from a shared social experience.
Tasha?
And to expense, actually kind of cool. We've worked together before where I've actually taken Grant's
This wasn't planned.
Work. It is not, and he's the one who provided me my FBX file, and we were able to take that Lexus and turn it into a hologram. And just to end on where I was going was, it started at one stadium, and the success rate where they were doubling their qualified leads, we expanded to over 14 stadiums across the country in a 3-year experience where they were able to easily switch out team logos. So we're trying to make it simple where you can reuse that content. So that was just one to end the story on the Lexus end. I'm just going to touch on 2 things. One, going back to that goal. So we worked with Adidas where their main goal, they were launching the Stella McCartney spring line. And they had access to Stella, and she works with a lot of influencers on the workout side. So to make a VIP, and that's where we see a lot of brands using these experiences, is creating these VIP experiences that you could never really go and have if you walk into a store. So Stella, we recorded one of her HIIT instructors, a running instructor, a yoga instructor, and we went around the world doing hologram workouts. So if you bought one of the pieces of clothing, you went into the store and they partnered with yoga studios or different workout areas. So we had our life size. Stella welcomed you, and we had a class every hour on the hour to come do these workouts. One of my favorite was in Shanghai, where we had a running instructor and we projected map Paris. So all the instructors that were from New York only taught classes in Europe and vice versa, so it was really a one-of-a-kind experience. So it looked like you were running through the streets of Paris and with the hologram instructor in front of you while you're in Shanghai. And then afterwards, we had one of our smaller displays, and everyone got to do like yoga moves, and they got a little hologram on their phone that they can take home as that takeaway. So on the experiential side, that was really just to get people excited about the brand, have them a chance to take a class with Stella, which is pretty impossible because I don't even know if she actually teaches classes. So, it's creating that VIP, where on the other side, we're starting to work with a lot of on the retail front with jewelry companies. We work with one client right now who has 150 plus rings in 50 stores around the country, but not every store actually is offering every ring. So they're currently using our Product Explorer platform where they're directly uploading all of their models onto our new touchscreen display. So imagine like a gigantic iPad that you can touch and move around. And people get to experience those pieces of jewelry and then can email themselves the one they like. So now that's the data collection. We also have a camera and can collect the response that they have on the product and get that age range and gender. So it goes back down to, for my successes that we've seen, is if you're gonna want that headline, first ever hologram yoga, you go big. If you want that lead gen, you do something that's really gonna capture that individual walking into the store. So now you have a call to action or a point of sale on that end. And if you want the social sharing piece, make sure that takeaway is just so fun that we just did a hologram of Kobe Bryant in Shanghai, where you can take a selfie with him, and it's you in front of Staples Center with Kobe that you can share. So make it shareable. So I would just really make sure you have those goals while you're thinking about the content.
And what do you admire that somebody else did that you didn't do?
Well, I just heard yesterday that there is an app that you can, an AR app that it shows you if your luggage would fit on the plane. And I thought that was really cool because last week I was in the flight and I literally saw a man get in a fight with an agent over his luggage. And he literally, I was like, oh my God, I just don't delay my flight. But he definitely could have used that app, but I thought that was really, really cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, that was one thing I posted that on LinkedIn once, and forgive me, but I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of, because what you try to do is hide your stuff so that people don't know that it's too big. So last thing I want.
Well, for the non-experts.
So, again, what are things something you've done you're very proud of and something you saw that you're very jealous of?
So,
And then he has to tell us what sucks.
so it's something we're doing at the moment. Who here drinks whiskey? Excellent. Good. So I'm obsessed with whiskey and have been for a long time. I host whiskey tastings. I've got a whiskey podcast. I drink lots of
What's
whiskey.
your email address?
And so I've been to lots of whiskey tastings, and there's a project we're working on at the moment where, so we've got a floor-to-ceiling dome, and we're shooting in a distillery in Scotland. So here we are in America, and this is mixed reality in the sense of mixing real life with immersion, rather than mixing different types of immersive tech. So you go into the dome. There's a table in there. There's real whiskey on the table. The place smells of whiskey. You look around, and there are barrels, and there are old men shoveling things, and all the things that you would see if you were in a real distillery. And then you drink the whiskey. So in terms of sort of a marketing play for a high-end drinks product, you're taking people to the place it's made as much as you can, and then they're still drinking the whiskey. So it's just, instead of just doing it in a nice hotel room, you're doing it, or a nice conference center, you're in the distillery. So it's about taking people to a place that they're not, but you can do it together. So if you're wearing a headset, you'd struggle to find your mouth while drinking. But because you're in the shared experience, you can look up, you can look to the side, you can see your friends or your colleagues enjoying the experience, but you're also in Scotland. And obviously that works for any drink, that can work for food experiences, the same thing. So you can have a meal in there, and you could eat your you could eat your French onion soup in Paris, and you can eat your Yorkshire beef in the hills of Yorkshire, and you can have your tiramisu in Italy. So you can just change the environment. So you're doing something real, but you're immersed in somewhere else completely different. And I think that for me is one of it's one of my passion projects. I just want to get some whiskey in and combine it with our technology. But that principle, it ticks a lot of the boxes in terms of using immersive technology in a sales conversion way that creates an experience that is unique and memorable and shareable.
So let me ask you a question. When we met an hour ago, you talked about something. I'm going to use this room, and excuse my French. This room is incredibly fucking boring. The ceiling's interesting, but the rest of it's a drag. We're at a tech conference. How hard would it be to digitally map this room to put us in in Ready Player One, and just to make the room more interesting, so it felt like because I was at a conference in Vegas, and we're talking about all this immersive experience, and it's a bunch of beige walls.
Yeah, so we're doing various versions of this with Conference Center. We've done a thing in an innovation center. It's a medical company in an innovation center in Utah, but their conference room, when you sit down there, on 3 walls, you've got the plains of Africa with elephants walking through them. And elephants have no relevance to medical technology, but they wanted to create a distracting and relaxing environment for them to do innovation, and they bring conferences in and they do all that stuff. And we've shot in all sorts of other locations, and we're just adding to their portfolio of just changing the walls. So we're doing conference centers, we're doing hospital waiting rooms, we are doing boardrooms, we are working on some stuff around classrooms. So it's not that hard. I mean, obviously, depending on the light and the size of the room and the shape, it becomes more or less complicated and more or less expensive.
But it's got to look better than this.
But projecting onto one wall and then changing it, and that's the thing. So we're doing a private dining room for a high-end restaurant, and you can eat in a different backdrop every night, or theoretically every course, depending on how much distraction people want. So, the technology's there for it, and it's you can do it very simply on one wall with a projector. Where it's more fun is where there's multiple walls, or there's an interaction. So you've got some backdrop there, and then you go up to it and something happens. So we did a thing at a trade show with a forest, and you go up there and the deer run away when you walk past, and the fish that are swimming around on the floor move away from your feet when you walk past them. So you can make it interactive as well.
And what have you seen that you really admire that you had nothing to do with?
So there's one that I actually saw it yesterday. I think it was on LinkedIn or on Twitter, and it's about mixed reality. So it's something done in London by British Airways, and I don't know the detail of it, but it's an advert in the middle of London, and there's a little boy that appears on the screen, and hopefully there's also a little girl if they swatch it out, but the video I saw was just a little boy. And when a real plane flies over, the kid points at it, and it says, this is the flight, this is BA, whatever it is, flying in from Barcelona. And then when the plane's gone past, the kid disappears and then comes back again for the next plane, which is a brilliant piece of advertising for BA. It's again mixing real life with, and it's not really immersion, but it's just a very clever trick. And obviously you could do it, In-N-Out could put a huge one of those above their store down at LAX, and you could have the same thing where you're identifying the planes that come in really low. I think would be a great experience.
Fantastic. Julia?
Yeah, one thing that we're working on right now is with the Santa Monica Pier, and it's for their historical tour. And so we're working to find ways to really bring the history alive. And so AR is the perfect use here because we can actually have it in their hands. They're there, they're looking at what is right in front of them, and then using AR on their phone, they can actually see what it used to look like back in the day. So the final experience at the end of this tour, you're going to be able to have a filter where you're actually seeing you and your friends and everyone you just did this fun experience with, and it's working through. You see on one side is the current state of the pier, and on the other side is the history. So it's a way to really put people in the history and make them feel involved, and then again it has that shareable piece where they want to go and tell all of their friends what they did. And then in terms of something that I'm jealous of, I heard that the other day L'Oreal had this activation where you could kind of try out all the different makeups that they have, and that they got a ton of really fantastic data from that. I thought that was just such a simple, clear, easy way. I'm always looking for ways where people kind of already know what they're looking to do, and they get to play in AR in a new way, and it just made so much sense.
Very cool. How many of you went to 7-Eleven to play with Pikachu? Anybody? No one. That was a big movie activation. The Pikachu Detective, you went to 7-Eleven. My son did it, told me it was cool. But nobody went. My son went. No, I meant to go, it's a long story. Believe me, my son tells me to stop playing with my toys. But during the Olympics, and Barry and I talked about this a few months ago, during the Summer Olympics last year, Intel did True VR, and every time you're watching the Olympics, it's saying go download the Intel True VR app and experience the Olympics in VR. There were 5,000 downloads globally.
I know, globally.
Why did that miss so badly? Why was no one interested?
There's an echo chamber where people think that, professionals think that people are interested in VR and they're not.
Okay. But okay, now you have to finish the deal. What do you like and what sucked?
I'll tell you what sucked is super easy. Jumanji, the VR promotion that they tried to make for that movie was horrible. I think people that simply had no understanding of what to create, and they failed miserably. Hopefully they learned from that lesson and that improved as they move forward. Considering the IP that they have, they could have done a much better job. As for what I've seen recently that I thought was really clever, another whiskey promotion. I can't remember.
I can't remember.
It's
whiskey.
or Jack Daniels, where it was an AR element, and you scan the label. Beautiful black and white pencil drawn art would appear in front of the bottle. Absolutely stunning. And easily I could see myself like just setting up the bottle, having my phone in front of it, zooming in and out while I'm sipping a whiskey. I can picture it.
Okay.
So yeah, I think there are fantastic applications, but to everyone's point on the panel, it's got to be thought out exactly. What are you trying to get out of it? What is the ultimate result that you want to have happen from creating that application? And then creating creative that supports that.
So I was speaking at yet another conference 3 weeks ago in Miami, and T-Mobile had a exhibit called the T-Mobile Tech Experience, and you had to experience their version of 5G, which will be 2 years from now, and you got a baseball cap, and on the baseball cap there was a T-Mobile logo, and they said download the T-Mobile AR experience and have the thing. So I go back to the hotel, I'm bored before we're going out, I download it and I point the phone at the T-Mobile baseball cap, and T-Mobile logos come out of the smokestacks on this Peterbilt truck that's on the front of the hat. And then I start moving the phone around the room, and that was it. And I went back the next day and I said, did I miss something? Nope, that's what it does. And I said, so if you're showing people AR for the first time and all it's doing is having little animated T-Mobile logos pour out of a smokestack, and they think that's what AR is. That was the biggest disappointment I've ever seen. Sir, you had a question. You've been very patient.
I just wanted to touch
You
on
built
one
that,
other
and I'm very
thing.
sorry. No.
So it's interesting. Everyone's like, "What's the worst experience? What's the best experience?" I always like to take a step back because all of us are very tough audiences. Like, we want everything now. We want an app to download in like 7 seconds. If it's 8, you're like, I'm done. And I think that's really important when we're exposing all these new experiences. Like, I literally fell VR skiing once, like 5 years ago, and it was a very traumatizing experience, but I had a headset on, my friend's like, it'll be fun, and I put it on, and all of a sudden I ski, like in real life, I put it on, and he's like, look down, I see my skis, and he goes, okay, and all of a sudden I'm like going down a hill at 100 miles per hour, and then within seconds I'm going off a ramp. My knees buckled, I like threw it off, and I'm like, I don't ski jump. Like it was just, my body just can't, it was just very traumatic, but I survived, but it was like, that experience was, so different where I'm gonna go back, and it took me a while to try VR because I was first embarrassed because there was like 20 people around me, and I thank God I was wearing flats that day, but it was just like, you need to make sure that the experience meets kind of, we're all gonna have bad experiences. We had an experience where we were, the client didn't tell us that most of the people in the room were 70 plus, And when you're building you're moving things around, like they don't want to close their hands or move things, and they don't get that. And it was a complete failure, right? And so we built an experience where you throw a football at SpongeBob, and our developers first developed it, and I go in the back, and I was like, I can't reach the football, guys, 'cause I'm basically child height. And I'm like, you guys have to realize that the football has to come down because this is for kids at the Super Bowl. And I was like, oh, and like, thank God I went and tested it, right? Because that would have been a complete failure. But I think when we think about that, we need there are going to be some tests and trials and errors, and so make sure, think about, like, put yourself in your shoe if you're trying to think about it. Don't just check the box and say, let's use XR, VR, AR. Like, really think about who that customer is. Would you enjoy doing that? Because it is new, and we have a tough audience on the other end of what they're expecting, and so I always like to give some leniency, or, like, for example, like, tell Jumanji that. I love when people give me feedback of, like, was that enjoyable, or was that horrible? Because I want to make sure as we build this that people like it, and so we can build more of it.
I want to answer that guy's question because he's had it since the beginning, but I think you raise a really good point with T-Mobile and their app. I need another app on my phone like I need a bullet in my head.
Right.
5G is probably what we need to pin the conversation on, because
We're gonna-
5G is going
that's my last
to
question.
dramatically change everything.
The effect of 5G.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But your question, sir, don't pause. Yes.
Warren, I want to know about location-based experiences. Yeah, I know that Pokemon did a lot of stuff, and people were chasing Pokemon. What's the possibility of doing a music video in AR, location-based experiences, and you actually go through the experience wherever you geolocate to see the AR and then download the music at the same time, and then you can take that whole thing on tour. So when people go to the theater, they're now seeing the AR video, downloading it, picking up the music at the same time.
So they're picking up things in a location-based scavenger hunt that they can then redeem or experience when they go to the concert?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So you can
That could
actually
be
look at this
done.
two ways. So if you're using data from somewhere like a Foursquare can actually target your mobile device down to about 4 feet from your
Yep.
location. So you can actually say, like, I'm walking into a Walmart, now give me all the specials for the day. Walmart was a bad example, I'm sorry. But what we're starting to see is, like, we can call it technology graffiti. So you would have something like a visual trigger, like an AR trigger. You would maybe do some kind of art piece on the side of a building. You would tell someone, you promote that piece. People would go to it. They'd hold their phones up. That would come to life and be a music video. That is one way that we've done it. A secondary way is that you would have people just get a little pop-up on their phone that says you're entering this space, and then they can look down and they can see that experience come to life on their devices.
Barry.
Jackson Pollock has a wing in New York Museum of Modern Art, and one innovative young artist, an unknown artist, had an app made, an AR app, and invited a bunch of his friends to download it. And what it did was, when you go into the Jackson Pollock wing of the museum, every one of Jackson Pollock's pictures or his paintings becomes a target for this unknown artist's painting. So he basically had his own
He
private.
hacked the Jackson Pollock.
He had his own private art
Love it.
show.
The Louvre is doing something where they're letting you see a lot of the paintings that aren't on display.
Right.
You can go into the archives using AR.
Yeah.
I think in the world we're in now, there's so much content out there. Increasingly, we're seeing this need to create some kind of exclusivity. So whether it's geographic exclusivity, so you can only activate this technology if you're physically there. So whether that is using geolocation or physical markers. So we've done sort of dinosaur scavenger hunts where you have to find the paw prints in a certain place, and then you get to activate that content, and then you can share it. But also just exclusivity anyway. You join a club and they send you something, and then somebody appears on your kitchen table and thanks you for buying a ticket for an event or subscribing to an event. Or we're doing some stuff for the sports team at the moment where if you're physically in the venue and you've got the app, the poster, which is just a normal poster, comes to life and tells you who the starters are in the basketball game that night. But only you get that information that way. So I think there's a lot about, because there's some, the Pokemon Go was obviously a great model and took AR forward a long way, but in terms of this trying to, as what Barry said about trying to monetize and commoditize and find ways of making this work, finding something exclusive, and it can be any type of exclusivity. That's where brands are going, and that's what people are increasingly wanting.
I think
In a similar area, I talked to one hotel chain about using art in the hotel room to trigger experiences for their guests, but based on their level, if they were gold or platinum or whatever, they would get a coupon that they would capture by pointing it at a piece of art in the room. And the coupon that I might get might be different than the coupon that you get because you're a what is it, Bonvoy? You're a Marriott Bonvoy Ultra Platinum client, so you're getting a higher experience than I'm getting out of the same trigger.
I think it's about creating investment too. You know, the more people are invested in whatever the content is, they're going to hate to lose it. So if they took the first step and they had to go and find that content for the music video, they're already invested because they found it. I found it, you didn't. So I have now this special access. If you put in more interactions, you know, with puzzles or games or something like that, where you can say, not only did I find it, but then I actually had to do the work and solve it. So I know more about this artist now because I learned about them through this experience that I had in AR. They are going to be so much more invested. They're actually going to become the ambassador and tell their friends all about this artist and how they have to check out this content because now they're the expert in it after they learned about it through play.
Cool. Yes, sir. Well, they're saying 13 and over because they don't want to deal with COPA restrictions. I mean, if you can go younger than 13, but then you go through a bunch of hoops to say that it's child safe and whatever. But if you say 13 and older, then it removes a lot of legal stuff you have to deal with.
We found through a number of activations that it's a parental consent. Children's eyes are still developing, so you want to be sensitive to light and time spent. For a branded activation, they're probably in there for anywhere between 3 and 5 minutes. That's not going to make someone have a long-term negative effects on their eyesight, but it is something you want to be cognizant of. You definitely want to be cognizant of promotion restrictions and things like that. But yeah, I mean, for at-home use, when a 6-year-old runs to their parents asking for a headset instead of an iPhone, that's when we're going to start to see the scales tip in our direction.
Very cool. You had a question here?
Yes, about apps. How do you overcome this? People don't want to download. How do you understand standardizes how do you overcome that problem, or what do you think?
Back to Molly.
But Nextech AR Solutions, for one, in several other...
The question was, people are resistant to download new apps just because of what Brent said about, I need another app like I need a whatever. So how can you have the experience trigger without a, significant download?
It's getting more and more so that browser-based AR is coming around, and Nextech AR Solutions already has that for e-commerce and that sort of thing, so that anybody who has an e-commerce site can go into their platform and actually author what they need, get their product that's already been volumized, and include that so that when a customer goes onto their site, they can just click on it and you can see it. So you don't have to download anything. That's happening now.
So this gentleman down here in front has a Magic Leap headset.
Magic Leap.
Cool.
Of faith.
Did you buy it?
I bought one, and the CEO gave me another one.
Okay. Oh, see, I can have the other one. Okay, good. What's your experience with it so far? Are you happy with it? Does it live up to expectation? Does it? Because how many people in the room have put on a Magic Leap headset? Oh, wow, more than I would. So you all went to LeapCon? Or something like that. Cool.
After looking at the bad reviews.
Right.
And to me, it's a miracle.
because there is no lightweight commercially available prototype.
Right.
The HoloLens is way too big, and we've got to wait 6 months for Connect and the next one.
Right.
So I'm happy with this, of course, when we get to the Wayfair, Ray-Ban, Barnets.
Right.
In a couple of years, everybody's going to be wearing it. But, you know, for now.
But so, I mean, is there enough to keep your interest?
Oh, yeah. I mean, see, I can make any app in Unity. So I can make an app in Unity. I can do anything, any kind of game, anything, and place it in the room. And
Okay.
they're just coming out with Game of Thrones. That came out, the short little version that's in AT&T stores, and it just arrived in the Westfield Mall this last couple days. There's a Star Wars board game. A kid on GitHub made a lightsaber, and the Luke Skywalker scene in the Millennium Falcon
Right.
with the popcorn. Just a kid made that. The ILM made the port where you feed the port, but I like the saber, you know. And then it's a slow roll, and it's a prototype, but there's enough to keep them busy. And
If it wasn't given to you, would you have spent the $2,500?
I bought it the first version.
Oh, you did?
And then I went to the con, and I wanted to show a lot of people and hold it and stuff, so we're
So, an old friend of mine ended up working on Vive, and he sent me a system, and for the first month, we were totally engaged, and we show it to people when they come over. The rest of the time, it's, what?
It's August.
Yeah.
Well, for $2.5 billion, you would hope that something would be there.
Right. Exactly. We'll take one more question, and then we want to talk about 5G. Arm wrestle her. No, go ahead. You go first. Near return before the hardware gets to the point that it's mass adoption for everybody. What? On the music side, the Dome downtown that's doing the Pink Floyd stuff has gotten a lot of uptake and really gets people, at least whets their appetite for, you know. It's not branding. Well, it's. I mean, they're trying to syndicate. They're trying to make it a brand of these domes around the country.
Yeah. Again, 95% of us have a device that can display AR today. And our cell phones are an extension of ourselves. People used to say nobody's going to watch a movie on one. Everybody watches movies on them. And using them as a display device for AR, immersive AR, and branding AR is going to become ubiquitous, I believe. It's already there. I mean, there's no barrier to entry. None.
So, for me, I don't want to do a Game of Thrones spoiler, but there was a quote in the finale of Game of Thrones where one of the characters said, "There's nothing more powerful than a story."
You've ruined it.
And
You've ruined it. I haven't watched it. You've ruined it.
Okay, really quickly though, happy with the ending, hands. Unhappy with the ending. Who cares?
So,
Sorry, I interrupted.
the point is, certainly for us, the way we see it, we're a storytelling company. So, in terms of our sort of business model, we're deliberately positioning ourselves where we're technologically and platform agnostic, because the technology is going to change, and whether it's versions of what Magic Leap are doing, or they find ways of making the actual Princess Leia technology work, or the hologram stuff's moved forward. At the end of the day, it's just about storytelling. So in the near term, we're creating different canvases to tell a story, and as the technology gets more advanced, we'll tell the story in a different way. So, for now, things like, non-headset VR experiences for marketing, so more people can do it at once, like holograms, like domes, like immersive rooms. That's what it's all about, I think, for me. So it's, I'm not really answering your question in the sense of it almost doesn't matter what the technology is. It's about the quality of the content, the quality of the story you're telling, and how you engage people. And even, non-digital marketing plays still work incredibly well, because it is about engagement and storytelling and content. And It's just about, the companies that will do well will be the ones who can find a way of making the most of whatever that technology is and not become dependent on one, because when the world moves on, they're going to get left behind.
Right.
To Dan's point, I think just to add on to that, I think you just add a transactional element. So when you're exploring this avenue, whether you're using, I would say to take, if you're going to go the AR route, include a mobile strategy, and just make it transactional or some kind of data capture. Same with lifestyle components or experiential. VR in and of itself is an experiential activation. So the time that your users spend with that type of experience, or can you capture their email to drive something into your pipeline so that you can follow up with them? Are they experiencing something they can give feedback on, like a new piece of furniture, a new piece of clothing, a product they don't have an experience with previously? All of those are data points that you can start to collect. Look at it less as, it is at its heart a content and entertainment experience, but also look at it as a way to access kind of the deepest level of consumer interaction. When you put on a headset or you do an AR experience, you're having a visceral reaction to something. If you're in an AR and you're looking at a portal and you're looking around Bali through your phone, you're seeing something you've never seen before. You're having an experience you've never felt before. That you're accessing a deep-seated emotion within your consumer. So, tap into that, collect information from that. And at an easiest point, make it transactional, make them give you an email address for having the experience.
Yeah, I forgot one other epic failure. We'll take your question, and they told us we could go a few minutes over because the room's available, and we're going to talk about 5G in a moment. When Amazon came out with the Alexa Look, and the proposition was that you or me would stand in our underwear in front of a camera, and it would texture map clothes on us. Yes, I'm going to stand in front of a camera and believe that there's no one back in Seattle watching. I bought one for $40 when they killed it for the collection. I gave it to my girlfriend. She only uses it to do makeup selfies, and because it has a lighting in it. But I don't know if anybody ever played with the Alexa Look, but it was a disaster, because it literally was asking you, just stand there and we'll put clothes on you. Let's talk about, you had a quick question, and then we'll do 5G wrap up.
Okay, so earlier we were talking about the 4K and 8K videos for the VR headset, and that's where the headset will become more popular.
And that's where you're going to need 5G.
Exactly, but the thing is, why do we need the wireless technology for a VR headset, but still you need to be in a controlled environment, otherwise you're not safe to be moving while the headset is on. So
All VR headsets are going to need, all full VR enclosures will need some kind of parameters for the limits that you can go. Like, you're never going to want to just, roam out into the world and then, you're standing on the 101 having a VR experience.
I was excited about the Santa Monica Pier because there's people like to tell them that the pier
Like
is 10 feet
lemmings,
longer
just
than
walking
it is.
off the end of the pier, perfect.
Here, just keep walking. The pier's there.
When we talk about 4K and 8K fidelity, that's just, really it's about latency. You don't want to get people sick. But 8K, the higher the perspective of vision, the more you're going to believe you're there. And the reason that I'm pushing, personally pushing non-tethered mobile experiences is nothing reminds you that you are not in a real setting than having a cord hanging off the back of your head. And there's so many other components to that, and I know we're wrapping up, but there's the fidelity of the experience, there's the resolution of the lenses, there's the peripheral intake that you're seeing within the headset itself, there's the weight of the headset on your face that makes you realize that there's something on your face. All of those are things that we will start to see overcome. I think you made a really good point. We've been saying 10 years for 20 years. But like server size, like iPhones, like mobile technology, there's going to be something. There are guaranteed, 2 dudes in a basement right now that are about to change the world. So, we just have to this is where we put the hope in technology.
So extend right now, jump into, because we got to wrap. How important is the rollout of 5G to the success of AR and VR?
5G will change everything. Mobile devices will now have gigabit speeds, and that means that we can deliver you higher fidelity entertainment, higher weight streaming entertainment. It means that Google Stadia can actually do offsite rendering and delivery of a video game onto a mobile device, and that means that every single device that you have access to will have a mind-blowing capacity to do exponentially more than it does today. So your Teslas will be able to have, streaming gigabit connections, so you're watching TV while your car drives itself. Fucking amazing. You're going to be able to have full VR, AR experiences, driving real world, high fidelity experiences on your mobile devices. All of that is going to mean that you're going to have a lesser dependence on the size of the hardware that you have in your hands. So our mobile devices will get smaller, our batteries will last longer, our dependency on applications. All of us have probably 100 apps on our phone that we don't even know until you're on an 8-hour flight and you're like, let me dive into these folders I haven't opened forever. All of those will go away. It should mean a more elegant experience across all of our technologies.
Well, first, it might be two girls in a basement that are developing this as
Sorry,
well.
two. It actually could be. I am so sorry. It
girl and a guy.
It could be girl, guy. It could be a them, they, there.
Non-binary. Yeah.
So, in
open
the
here.
she shed, not in the man
One
cave.
thing
Yes.
I think that's really important for all of you have been consumers of this, but on the back end, all of this content development, the rendering, like how it's getting to you, that is where 5G is really going to help that process make it more seamless. We have an AI hologram concierge. You can ask it questions to talk to you. There's a little bit of delay. If you were on a phone with the agent and there was a delay, you'd be like yelling right at that person. So with all of this speed, it will make those processes and experiences more seamless and also more real life. And I think that's kind of when you look at the content piece. So touching on that, I think, is understanding the back end process of how it's getting to you and how all of these new technologies, even sensors, are going to make these experiences better once they come out. And all of that is going to be a combination of more seamless experiences on the consumer experience side.
I think 5G is going to significantly help AR become ubiquitous, but we could have 10G and it doesn't really matter unless the content can be monetized.
Agreed.
Yeah, look, it's all of the above. It'd be the equivalent of when Barry turned films from black and white into colour. It'll just make all of these experiences much better, and if the storytelling and the content is there, then it'll just be a richer, easier to share, easier to access, easier to monetize, more exciting for everyone proposition.
Cool.
Yeah, I agree with all of that, and I think it's about designing to the current restraints that you have. So saying, here's where the technology is, so I'm going to design for that, and as it moves forward, we get to keep exploring and playing even more.
Totally agree. In closing, a few years ago, I gave a keynote at CTIA, and the interviewer said to me, what's the next feature you want on your cell phone? And I go, the ability to finish a call before the call dropping. So I think with 5G, we'll finally get past that. Let me ask Barry, this is just a really off-the-wall question, then we're done. Could you possibly have an app using 5G that would take a 2D movie and at least give you some 3D effects? Could you, or do you?
Yeah, it will actually, Facebook has an app that simulates that to a certain extent.
Right.
And as a matter of fact...
well, I've said play with it. We'll take the clunkiness out of that?
It could, but it's not. You're not going to have a 3D experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any final thing? Did we answer all your questions? Are you more knowledgeable? Now go eat. Have fun. Thanks, everybody.
overheard hyperbaric, and I was like,
You're busy.
Mark's here too, and Spencer's on his way. He got a flat tire. My friend Mark, Australian. No, Dave's on his way too, but Dave's not going to come here. But Spencer. Yeah, he got a flat tire on the way, so he's going to be here by 2:30. He said.
So it's at the onset, and this is over. She said she was waiting for that one goes till 3:15. So you should try to be around 3:15 to be civil and see if you're correct. You should say, will be over. I know you have here.
I tried. I already messaged her, and she said she's got calls lined up before and after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, good. I'm glad.
Are we still waiting for Courtney, or do you know if she? Do you, yeah, I was going to say. I was wondering if there was Courtney out there. Give her a second.
KJ, I think that my invite said we were in room 171. So there's a possibility that she's down at room 171 wondering, where is everyone?
Really?
Yes.
I thought I emailed you guys the questions with the. Let's see.
I think I got this a long time ago, and I just
You know, I
accepted
saw
it.
the same thing early on, but the later communications had this room.
Oh, well.
But it's probably, no, Ken might be right. It could very well be down there, yeah.
so familiar to me.
Oh yeah, no, I said the questions that I sent. It had the Hersher Hall.
Okay,
Guerin C.
I just went off the original invite, but I found
Yeah,
this.
no,
I'm
I remember
good.
I went back to Victor too, and I said I was a little bit confused, and he gave me the right thing there. So I guess we'll get started. Maybe she can kind of join us, and I'll just kind of read everybody except her. Okay, we're going to get started, everyone. First of all, I just want to welcome everybody and thanks for coming. This session is part of the overall wellness experience here at Digital Hollywood, and I'm really thrilled to be moderating the panel and talking to all these lovely guests. Now, we'll start off with, did you know that Global Wellness Institute, the health and wellness industry, they're saying that about $4.2 trillion is spent alone on this industry. So it's a booming industry, it's a growing industry, and a lot of people are very interested in it. So that's why I'm really happy to be doing this panel with our lovely guests. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce them. To my left, we have the beautiful Amanda Russell. Amanda is what I like to call fitnesspreneur. She's a fitness icon, a brand catalyst, a sought-after speaker, and global expert on the power of influencer marketing. She's also the author and founder of the Influencer Code. Now, before the Influencer Code, she founded Fit, Strong, and Sexy, which is one of the first online subscription platforms, which today has more than 80,000 subscribers. That's a lot. It's a lot of subscribers. Currently, she funnels her expertise into helping brands collaborate, grow, and scale. Amanda co-founded the Interesting Agency and eventually sold her own eponymous consulting firm to become the CMO at Valeo. Is it Valeo? Valeo Securities. She's rebranded and relaunched it as Valeo Fit. Amanda is also the creator and professor of the only fully accredited influencer marketing course in the world at the prestigious UCLA. And I'm a little bit biased because it's my school. I'm an alumni, so so I think it is prestigious. She graduated from the University of Richmond on a full ride track scholarship and holds an MBA with a concentration in marketing. Her upcoming book, The Influencer Code, will be released in the fall of this year. So let's welcome her.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Rob Jacobs. Rob Jacobs is the textbook definition of a serial entrepreneur. Wait till you hear about him. He co-founded the company Unsit, which is an innovative and aspirational company working to unsit the world at home, workspaces, and schools. Unsit is getting people up and out of their chairs and moving again. And it's the world's first treadmill desk, really. Rob has a lifetime of experience in the health and fitness industries. From his time at the highly regarded Pritkin Longevity Center, where he developed customized workout plans on treadmills, all the way to his time at the Walking Center, which was a first of its kind chain of stores that he founded in Southern California. The Walking Center integrated entertainment with walking and wellness. Rob actually coined the term X-ertainment. In addition to launching Unsit, Rob is the co-owner of the National Gym Supply, the largest online supplier of parts and services to fitness facilities in the U.S. For decades, Rob has successfully led other companies and teams in all aspects of business and around the world. So let's welcome him. Thank you. And then last but not least, of course, simply put, Ken Rosenblatt is dominating the health and wellness industries, and I do mean dominating. He's the CEO and founder of, is it Obvious?
Obvious.
Obvious Solutions?
Obvious.
Okay. Ken has a proven successful track record of pioneering multi-billion-dollar platforms and developing products and devices in practice-based healthcare. Ken has been involved in many successful exits from previous ventures in recurring revenue, as well as PAAS and SaaS businesses. So let's welcome all of them. So as I was just stating, the wellness industry is growing. So you obviously have a lot of people that want to enter this, but you guys are the experts, so we thought we'd come to you. The first question I want to ask each of you is, how did you start your first company? And I'll start with you, ladies first.
Oops. So I started my first company as a business school project, and it was in 2010, 2011, and my thesis was you can have the best product, service, or idea in the world, but if you don't have an audience that cares, it doesn't matter. And so many entrepreneurs have these great ideas for products and services, but they don't have the audience. So what if you kind of rearrange the cart before the horse and you build the audience first? And this was when social media was really still in its infancy. Instagram wasn't around yet. YouTube was still mostly Dumb and Dumber style comedy. And I felt like you don't need any, I was seeing all of these YouTubers that had these cult-like followings that would literally buy anything or do anything they told them to do. And so I chose to start a YouTube channel as the medium because it required no capital and I could build an audience there. And then once I built that audience, rather than keeping it on YouTube, which was what a lot of the YouTubers were doing and a lot of these multi-channel networks were doing, is trying to keep everything on YouTube. You don't own anything on YouTube. Right. Was use that audience, and then I was like, well, now I want to drive them to something that I own, and I've got all these videos, so let's make a membership community and start doing a paid wall and signing up all these loyal viewers that were like, what do but I want to follow your nutrition plan and I want to follow your workout plan and everything. And then it started stemming, right? It becomes like a flywheel, in that all of a sudden women are getting married. There's the bridal plan, and then the pre-pregnancy, post-pregnancy, and it just becomes this machine. So that's how it spiraled.
Great. But
Well, I didn't prepare for my first company, but I prepared for this one, but I'll wing it here. But Amanda, I got you beat. I could probably be your grandfather. When I started, the marketing was the yellow pages and a billboard. There was no internet, or not that people were using commercially anyway.
I think that's even better.
But,
Yeah,
but the how was I was about to get fired from the guy I was working for at the store of exercise equipment. I figured I better figure out something quick. Oh. So that's only part of the story. I had seen something going on with exercise equipment in the 1980s that I was selling exercise equipment in a high-end Beverly Hills store, mostly to celebrities, setting up personal home gyms at a time when nobody had exercise equipment in homes. It was still a novelty. But I started fooling around because we had nothing to do one day on the treadmill, and realized the treadmill was really cool because it paced you and made you have to exercise. Right. You could push a button and control the speed, control the intensity, control the level of the workout. And I realized this is unique from everything else. And I wanted to start a store with just treadmills. Everybody thought I was nuts. And the guy I was working for wouldn't let me do it in there. So that was sort of the motivation. Is the guy I was working for was also an old friend, but he still thought I was nuts. So I got him to loan me a couple of his treadmills, moved moved over to Beverly Hills, got my own store, and took off from there. So it was largely motivated just to prove out an idea that I had.
Right.
And the idea largely failed, actually, because my idea was to have videos and treadmills under one roof, and it was a membership where you could come and walk and watch movies at the same time. And this is before gyms had walls of video players. That was still a novel idea. But it was largely motivated just to prove out an idea that I had. We ended up selling the equipment, and retail of products became my mainstream.
Wow.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
The Yellow Pages are gone now.
That's interesting. Such a contrast in stories, but I love that.
Right.
And Ken?
Necessity is the mother of invention. So back in 1980, oh my goodness, 85, I was studying for the bar exam. And all I was doing was studying and playing tennis and riding my bike. That was my circuit, so to speak. John McEnroe was the most popular tennis player in the world, and he had Nike 3/4 cut shoes. I love those shoes. But to tie them up and take them on and off was a pain in the butt. So I took literally my underwear and a paper cutter, stripped out the elastic, made shoestrings out of it, or shoelaces, and created a lock, patented the lock and the lace combination, and I made the energy lace system. That was it.
That was it.
Foot Locker, Walmart, MBA license on the front.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's amazing. You
It
guys
was
have
fun.
such diverse, incredible stories. I love that. The way that you all entered your industry is just very interesting. Let me ask you this too, since you're experts in that, why did you decide to start your company? Because you could have just worked for somebody else in the same industry and not had as many headaches. As anybody who's ever run a business knows, there's so much that goes into it, so much overhead, so much cost, a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of stress. So what made you want to own the business as opposed to just kind of working for somebody else in a high-ranking executive position under?
I think bosses are a pain in the ass, to be honest.
Yeah. When you've got the entrepreneurial bug, it's hard, isn't it?
Very hard.
Yeah.
Truly.
It's ironic because I never ever thought I would be an entrepreneur. I love structure, and I had my eyes set on, like, I love very corporate style structure, and I did, after my undergraduate, I worked in New York City for one of the biggest consulting firms in the world, and sitting in a cubicle day after day, and having had come from being an athlete, where it's really hard work, but you're so passionate about what you do and you're so driven. I knew I wasn't afraid of hard work, but I didn't like feeling like I was on somebody else's time clock. And what I realized was, yes, I like structure, but I like control too much.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to be able to do something where it felt like, I know this is going to be a lot of work, and we, all of our clients were all these, everything from banks to brands, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, you name it.
Right.
But you don't actually care about them that much.
Right.
And I thought, God, if I'm putting this much work into somebody else's company, I might as well own it.
Right.
We're all control freaks.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, we're all control freaks.
No, I'll echo what Ket said. I mean, a lot of the bosses are a pain in the ass, but it's not so much that, it's just you see your own way, you want to do it, you just want to be let loose. I mean, I grew up in a household, my dad was a business entrepreneur, he had his own business, so I didn't know anything else. I always thought everybody's dad owned a business. And I didn't realize you could actually work for somebody else. But I think for me, it's just the feeling of confinement, that you're stuck doing somebody else's routine over and over again. You got your own idea. And probably today I'd be categorized as a real learning disability, the attention people, I'd be thrown into that category. But I just couldn't sit still long enough to wait. I want to go out and do my thing. So I think there's a lot of just internal, motivation that just, a certain kind of brain type that's common.
My grandfather was an influence, and my grandfather was an inventor also. And if he had an idea, off into the garage, whether it was your idea, his idea, let's go make it. And same thing, right? Just no fear. Why would you be scared? Yes, we can do this.
Wow. That's always a good way to look at things.
That's funny. And I'm from an immigrant, my mother's an immigrant from Italy, and they are scared shitless, excuse my French, of entrepreneurial endeavors. They want safety and security and get a 9-to-5 job and a regular paycheck. And so
They would love my grandparents. They're all about clocking in and clocking out.
Yeah, when she said, oh my God, you're going to do YouTube do I tell people you do YouTube for a job? How are you going to pay the bills?
Right.
So
Right.
it was like I lost complete support of my family when doing
It's
it.
hard. It's hard. It's hard. Well, that actually leads me to my next question, which is, what is the most challenging thing about being in this health, wellness, fitness industry, as opposed to maybe some other industries, especially as a business owner? What have you guys all found is the most challenging thing for you to kind of navigate?
Well, I'll dive in. I thought about that. For me, it's trying to not, follow the path of all the snake oil that's out there, and trying to keep yourself separate from it, because there's so much of it. And I've been in health and wellness thing all my life, and there's so many things out there that are phony or fake, or maybe the people believe in it, but I'm just raising my eyebrows thinking, oh, that thing. And so trying to make sure that your product really has integrity, that it really can help people, that it's not just a sales pitch, and really trying to stay above the fray in that regard. For me, that's something I'm always conscious of, that the industry's full of that. And,
Oh, yeah.
That really resonates with me, that you want to make sure that your product has integrity. Right now, as a product developer and developing a device in conjunction with software, and you're out there speaking to strategic partners or bankers, et cetera, and they're going, what's your MVP? What's your MVP? And MVP is an acronym for most viable product. What's the least amount that you can put out there to prove your concept? And I find that I am the anti-MVP. I think that you have to wait until you've created something or that you've developed something and you can repeat it, that is going to make people look at things differently, and that you kind of can't split things into many parts. So I feel a frustration with that, but then again, it's not my first rodeo.
Right. What about you?
So mine was never a physical, tangible product. It was all digital videos and digital programming. And with workouts, thank God, it's not, you're not selling snake oil, which is, I've been bombarded by brands that do sell a lot of that.
Yeah.
So I think not aligning with those and selling out was a big deal, because I made a big mistake in the beginning, and I endorsed a protein brand that it was terrible for you, and I did it for the money.
Yeah.
And I saw what it did to my audience, and then the guilt factor on myself. But I think the biggest challenge is in being able to get the attention of the audience, because it's such a fragmented market that people buy from people they trust.
Right.
And so you have to win the trust. You have to develop a relationship, and that doesn't happen overnight. And too many brands and entrepreneurs and agencies are trying to do this transactional approach of the pay to play and get somebody in the door. But how it costs 5 times more to get somebody in the door if you're not going to keep them loyal. And so to be able to play the long game and really differentiate yourself, to develop a relationship with the audience, the target audience that you're trying to win over.
Now, that actually falls right into my next question, which is, how do you stay authentic but ahead of the curve? Because number one, it's a cluttered marketplace. The consumer is very educated. They have a short attention span. And there's always a new guy on the block or a new girl on the block coming at you at rapid speed. So how do you maintain your product, scale, obviously, which is what everybody wants to do in business, but then make sure that you have something that consumers or customers want?
So I'd like to add on what Amanda said, and she spoke about the credibility. Thank you. Credibility. I think that in my situation right now, I'm going to, and I've used doctors and their staffs as the credibility, so that you're not spraying and praying, so you're not just attracting people and then they don't like it or they don't know how to use it. So I think it's very important, be true to yourself, make sure the product works for yourself, right? Or the service works for yourself, but then align yourselves, especially with healthcare professionals in the space that we're in, wellness and healthcare. People trust their treating physician. People trust their wellness practitioner. If you can get them on your side and have them be your spokesman, that's the credibility that we're after right now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Either one of you.
Well, I'm just going to echo both, and then part of the answer is I don't know exactly what the answer to the question is. But for me, it's in the case of our product, I'm doing a product, and it's the design and do we really have something unique that solves a problem?
Right.
And if I've got that, I was of course really disheartened when I met Ken. I sat down next to my co-panelist here, and he bought my competitor's product, but that's okay. It's a good product.
I don't like that. It doesn't go fast enough.
Yeah. Okay. Mine doesn't go fast either. But the thing is they obviously did something on marketing or price that got Ken before I got there, or AdWords, whatever. But can you keep your product unique? Does it have really truly unique selling propositions? Have you designed and added or created, even if you're just adding on, and we just added on to something that already existed, but we did something different with it that really did add value. So I think that's, it's the value proposition. Do you really have it?
So I have to answer this question because I've made this in my entire life's work. How do you break through the noise in this more saturated market? Right. And I believe, because no social media platform is the way it was, no advertising platform is the way that it was even just a few years ago. It is really hard, and unless you're going to spend $50,000 or more a month consistently on advertising, it's really, really hard to get noticed. So how do you get noticed if you don't have that kind of budget? And you do it by finding who has that audience. Influencers. And when I say influencer, I don't just mean a social media star. I mean a brand that has a dedicated audience that legitimizes you. A doctor, Cedars-Sinai, any doctor at Cedars-Sinai is going to be an influencer, and they touch every patient that they touch. They are real estate agents, if you're a local brand, real estate agents in the neighborhood in which your restaurant exists. Finding who has those audiences and collaborating with them so that it's a win-win. You grow their business, they grow yours.
Okay. Let me ask you this too, because I think all of you guys on the panel are serial entrepreneurs, actually. It's not your first rodeo, right? So the second and the third time around, does it get easier?
No.
Does it get easier? Because I think a lot of people think if I could just get this one business off the ground, if I could just be successful in this one business, then I could start a second or third business. It'll be much easier because I'll have a track record, I already have the notoriety, I'll have the money.
Did you go to 171?
And then there was 4.
There she is.
Okay, well, we'll just. Oh, we're not on? Oh, I think we should be. Are we on? Yeah. Okay, great.
They had me in the wrong room.
Oh, so sorry about that. Okay, so she's joining us. Well, let me just stop and introduce Courtney, and then we can continue what we're doing. Courtney's also a business owner. We call her a business phenom, really. She's the founder of GBY Beauty, which is a popular beauty-based brand that is nationally recognized for its innovative treatments, exclusive environment, and the GBY Beauty Academy. She's also the co-founder of The Cycle Girl. The Cycle Girl is a physician-approved brand for teen girls specializing in feminine hygiene and educational information. Both brands have a focus on giving back to the community. GBY Beauty has partnered with the Department of Mental Health Services, which is a great thing, really needed nowadays, to offer an education program for at-risk youth. While the Cycle Girl has partnered with the Latterman Regional Center and the Challengers Boys and Girls Club to offer a range of educational programs which are free to the communities that they serve. So let's welcome Courtney. We'll have you kind of jump right in there. What I was asking them was basically, and you've got more than one business as well, is it easier the second time around to start the business? Like once you've had a successful business the first time and you're opening up a second business or a third business, does it ever get easier?
I think personally, it's had its challenges. You have to make sure that your teams are strong when you decide to step away from the brand that you're currently steering 24/7, 7 days a week. But I do think there is some benefits of starting a second brand and a third brand. You have the contacts, you kind of know the ebbs and flows of business, what works, what doesn't work, and where to allocate your time.
I think you guys had all answered the second. Did you answer the second time around? Does it get easier for you guys? Or
he said no. I was going to say yes, but I will say that Ken's right in terms of the actual starting of the business. It's the same. You got to do all the slogging through the legal work and the
execution.
The execution, that's just hard work, and you just got to put your head down and push and do it. I mean, things have gotten a lot easier in the modern age. When I first started my business, you had to there wasn't an internet. You weren't going to do things online. Now you just point and click. You got a business license, and so that stuff. Some of that you don't need as much admin support. But in terms of, I was looking back just on my life and thinking, no, it's a lot easier in that I'm just a lot more comfortable with it may not work, and I'm not going to get hung up on that, and the market's going to tell me whether or not I got something good or not. And also, I'm financially more secure. When you start out when I was young, it was life and death. Am I going to eat tomorrow? Kind of that's hard.
Yeah.
If your personal security is in good shape, then it just makes it get up in the morning, you're having fun with it. So on that sense, it's been easier for me this time around. It's more of a, something, I don't have to do this, I'm doing it more for the fun of it.
Yeah, by no means did I mean to undermine the role of wisdom and lessons. My children would make me eat my words on that one. Wisdom counts. You don't beat around the bush as much, you take your losses, right? They didn't like it, I'm out of here. Okay, move on. But yeah, so it does get easier in that regard, but things getting you upset, you mentioned it about 24/7, 7 days a week. I think entrepreneur comes from French and it means to undertake. It is an undertaking, right? It's 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, you don't know what's going to go wrong. And when it does, you're the one that's going to answer for it, and you're the one that has to be there.
Let me ask the two ladies, actually, this particular question. It's hard being a business owner, entrepreneur to begin with, but talk to me about some of the challenges as a female entrepreneur. I'm sure both of you guys have some great examples, or maybe something that you run into that you think might be particular to your being a female, or even maybe fundraising,
Yeah, the challenges that I've experienced were in the fundraising process for my brands. I think that, but I don't want to say it's a male-female issue all the time, but I do think when you're fundraising and you're looking for that investment from someone that doesn't understand the marketplace and doesn't really understand women and doesn't understand beauty and the trends, and you're going to try to seek funding, and more often than not, they are a lot of men in VC funds that are male dominant, you do find yourself in these situations where they just kind of don't get it.
Yeah.
And they kind of look at you and they don't really see the vision that you see. So that's probably been really the only time I've had, fortunately, the time that I've had with hiccups like that.
Yeah, and I've heard too, even when you go in and you're pitching or you're just trying to raise funds, sometimes it takes you longer. You might have to go to like 3 or 4 VCs or 5 VCs before you actually get one that wants to take a chance or understands your vision.
Yes. And then once you take the funds, you have to continue to get funding. So that's a whole other thing you need to prepare yourself for. So.
Right. That's good to know, for sure. What about you, Amanda?
So I don't like the whole that it's harder to be a female in business. I think that we have just as many assets as well that we work and use, and we get a lot of extra, because there's only so many females that are funded. Certain companies have extra money for that, or you can get grants, or you can get funding. I think that we get some unfair advantages as well, and if you know how to take advantage of those, you can use them. So, and I think that, if you're really good at what you do and you're the best person in the room, great. If you happen to be female, you're gonna get the job too, if you really are the best at what you do. But the problem is that a lot of times women tend to focus more on the product benefits or the service benefits or the business benefits or the lifestyle, what the calendar is going to look like, whereas men are focusing more on the numbers. So that's how they tend to pitch better, because that's what speaks to investors.
Right. No, you bring up a very, very valid point. That may be something that we as women need to work on as well. I mean, we always have the idea, we're very creative, obviously. I mean, we're great with numbers too, but sometimes I think you can just be so monofocused on the creative vision part of it and not on the monetization part of it, which is why VCs want to be involved in the first place. So something to keep in mind.
So a lot of times women are the first, we are our own worst enemies, and we're not the first to blame, but if you look at the actual tangibles and you block out the name and you look at the work, a lot of times I find myself in the role of wanting to hire men.
Right.
Because if I were to block the face and the name and I get what the product is, I'm like, great, and there's less sick days and there's less, I'm probably gonna get crucified now.
Well, there's so many books out there that always say solve a problem, and the first thing you have to think of, how are you gonna monetize it? Because if you're not able to monetize it, what you have is a hobby.
Yeah.
You basically have a hobby that may make a little bit, but if you don't have a monetization plan, attached to a business plan, it will always be a hobby. So
Exactly.
that's just my point of view. I'm wondering how many of you guys started with like another partner? Were you always just alone as a business owner, starting and then bringing other people on, or did you ever have a co-partner? Any of you in your businesses?
Yes, my first business, I had a partner. She was actually my law office partner, and she saw how much I hated making my living 0.25 of an hour at a time, and said, look, you've got these ideas. This is the one I like. File the patent. Let's see what happens, and, we'll keep both businesses running. And that's how we funded it, bootstrapped it.
Really? Very interesting. You're wonderful to have her. See a woman coming through there. I love that. I love that.
Well, the problem that I have right now with discrimination is age discrimination. You go in front of these venture capitalists and they go, what's this old fart doing here? But, it's different strokes for different folks. If you've got a good idea and you're well balanced and you want to be a CEO, then you better know how to do the creative side and the numbers side and please both of them, right? And I like your answer that you don't see gender. Unfortunately, I think that bankers and venture capitalists are sometimes blind to vision, regardless of whether it's a gender-oriented brand or not.
That's where I say it's like the tangibles of what is presented, which is what she said as well.
Right. Oh, what about you, Rob? Would you like to?
Yeah, no, I've always had a partner, and I have to. I mean, I got to confess, I'm just terrible on on the details and the follow through. And if I don't have somebody else who's holding me accountable, and it can knock out that detail stuff and stay with the plan, I'll fail miserably. So everything I've done has been with a partner of one sort or another. And this thing I'm on now, I've really gotten it right because my partner's beautifully complimentary. He's a anal reader, follows every detail. He's calling me up when I miss a comma or or something like that, and something.
Wow.
And I'm the opposite. So it's a nice combination. And I've learned a lot about myself as I've got grown kids now, and one of my sons grew up with a learning disability that I had to figure out how I'm going to get him educated.
Right.
And through learning that, I realized, oh my God, I have a learning disability, and I just never knew.
Wow.
But what we do, guys like us, is we find other people to partner with to balance that out. So, I've got the spark, the creative idea. I'm seeing it 20 years down the road, but you got to do step one, step two, step three first.
And I'm wondering too, with a lot of VC firms, do they require you to have kind of a partner? I mean, I've heard, I don't know if this is true, that they're kind of gun shy when it comes to people just coming in as a solopreneur. They're thinking, well, if we allow you to have all this funding or this money and something happens to you, then what happens to the company? Is that something that you guys have heard or found in your own personal business lives?
I might be experiencing it a little bit right now. I have a co-founder. It's my wife. And she is my detail person. And I was out there kind of on my own, and they said, are you on your own? And I said, well, yeah, but no, because, you and your wife are kind of one. So the rest of the management team said, let's put her up there. Let's put her on as a founder. Let's get her cards. Let's put her on LinkedIn, because she's doing all these details, right? Whether it's the contracts, whether it's the books, etc. So I think that it is good to have some numbers with you and to have a solid team, whether that's a co-founder or a group of excellent people around you. They do want to see that.
What about you, Courtney? Did you have a founder at all? And you have a number of businesses.
Yeah, I have a co-founder that helps me, that I've kind of effortlessly but she's been my partner in every product and company that I've launched. And I do think that VCs want to see where the funding's going. So if you have people in place, whether it be a CIO, CFO, COO that you're partnered with, then they know their money's going to be utilized correctly, and you're not just going to give yourself like $300,000 salary.
Right. Well, everybody else gets like minimum wage. So. Right.
Yeah.
And, Amanda, did you ever have? I know you're in fitness, but did you ever have a co-partner or any with all your businesses?
Yeah, so when I started, I did not, and then I brought on actually Maker Studio, which is now sold to Disney, and they became my partner for my fitness platform. When I wanted to move beyond YouTube and move it onto something that I owned, they were very much into the business model of keeping it all on YouTube. So I left. I got out of I split with Maker, and I joined as a 50% my 50% partner became Trim Entertainment, which are here in LA, and they are creators behind everything pretty much entertainment meets fitness. So Biggest Loser, Amazing Race, and they were a bunch of in their words, old television guys, and they needed to break into digital, and that's where everything was going. So they became my business partner as we built out the first really online subscription model, and then we got it to scale, and they thought they knew the audience, which was women, which was my audience. And so we had a little bit different vision. And I think not often people talk about the separation of partnerships. Right. We had different visions on where we wanted the brand to go. So I bought the brand back out from them and ran it myself with a team for several years until I sold it it'll be just over a year in February to Valio Securities, which is owned by a private equity company. And now I'm back in-house for them on an exit strategy for, I finish, actually it's a 2-year exit strategy.
Oh, okay. Well, wonderful.
So yeah, so it's been sort of like from one partner and then back to myself. But you kind of, they all served a certain purpose, and
Right.
they said they complemented what we didn't have, which is what I have, like high production value, traditional media experience. So.
We all need that. No one is an island to their own. I mean, behind every successful person is a business owner, somebody else that helped them.
Right. And I think speaking to all of them serving a purpose, you learn something from all those experiences, right? So when you take on different partners and then you buy them out or get back your company, you kind of realize for your future vision or what, if you want to ever do another product or brand, what works best for you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'd actually love to open it up to the audience because I know people probably have questions from you guys and want to pick your brain a little bit. Is there anyone that has a question for them? I can start on the side.
Break the ice, somebody.
Don't be
Crickets,
shy. Anybody
crickets,
has any
crickets.
business questions? Anybody? Well, I have some more questions. When it came to, was there one person? Oh, yeah, you do. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you find that when starting a business, it's better to sort of bootstrap it yourself and all you need to make it something stable, and then that's sort of start with a business plan, bring it directly to investors and have growing work?
I'll take a crack at that. I don't like it. Pardon me?
Oh, you wanted to know something about, is it better to kind of bootstrap it and get started on your own with your own funding, or just go straight out and try to raise funding from the get-go?
I've never worked with other people's money. I've always bootstrapped. This is the first time that I've got something that, the venture capitalists, they look at new companies and they say angel seed, A, B, C, D round, etc. I don't like to fit into those silos or pigeonholes. I think it's awful. But as I already admitted, I'm a big control freak. So I'm a firm believer in if you have a vision and you're really going to do something different, then get her done. But where I stand right now is that to scale up quickly, I'm going to need a financial partner to do what I want to do. So always learning.
Yeah, no, I got to echo Ken's experience. I've always just done it myself, bootstrapped it, and gotten it going, with my own money or for family money. It's that's all I know how to do. I've never done the investor thing. I've been around that. I've gone to pitch meetings. I've tried a couple of times and almost gotten there, but never did it. And I'm like Ken, I don't want some investors who don't know anything about what I'm doing telling me, what goals to hit and when and who to hire. So I've just done it myself the old-fashioned way. The downside of that is you can't grow very fast. The thing I've got going now, we're not growing fast, but we're cash positive every step of the way. We don't owe anybody any money. We got cash in the bank. And, that's just the way I like to do it. I can sleep at night that way.
Yeah, you sleep much better that way when
but
it's your money.
But there are certain things, like you mentioned some inventions. Sometimes if you've got something with a patent and you want to do you want to go to Asia and get them made in volume, then you might need cash. And in that case, the business plan is, and having it thought through with the team behind it, you got to have all those pieces. But the things I've done in my life have just been bootstrapped up and then, work night and day till you get it there.
I think it's kind of my answer to that would be I think it's kind of a mixture in terms of, you said it's bootstrap versus a business plan. I think regardless, you need to have a business plan. It doesn't have to be a formalized business plan, but there has to be a goal what this looks like. And I think that's a lot. I think where the divide becomes between successful entrepreneurs and those that can't seem to get out of the 2 to 5 year cycle is that planning out how much money you're going to need to get by. What does your budget look like? How much money are you going to need to live? How much money are you going to need for this? Kind of really run those numbers so that you know what this, and then hitting milestones that, like, I know that if I'm not here, that this is not working. So whether or not you're doing it, you're bootstrapping or you're taking money, you know if you're on the right path or not, because not having those numbers, you're just going to start to like burn cash, and there's no way you can sleep at night.
You can't even scale that on
you
your
can't-
own.
Exactly.
And Courtney.
Well, I think bootstrapping when you first initially start your company is probably the smartest thing to do, because you learn by trial and error, and when you take someone's money, it's on their terms. So when you're first starting your company and you don't know how it's going to affect your life, the stresses of it, what works, what's not working, you kind of, when you take funding, I think most people that have taken it from the jump you burn through cash really quickly, because you think you need all of these bells and whistles. And sometimes when you're a creative problem solver, you can find that your company and yourself can endure a lot more. And like, I had my companies for 5 years. I just now took funding, and I wouldn't have been prepared to take any money when I thought that I would have been even a year ago. When I was like, oh, I'm ready now. I'm so glad that I waited, because I know what works, what doesn't work, how things work. And when you just have all this cash, I think people, like I said, they're not creative problem solving. They're not really like digging down into themselves to see what they can do on their own. And you can just burn through so much money.
Much better. Look,
so
it's just
so much
common
better.
sense. You budget much better when it's your money versus
Yeah.
when it's your parents' money or somebody
Right.
else's money, because you don't really care. So in that sense, I can totally understand that. I'm also wondering too, for a lot of people that may have day jobs, but they have an idea and they want to transition over. Any tips you can offer them, because they are going to have to work before work, after work, and the weekends to get this thing off the ground, but they need to eat too. So a lot of people have to stay kind of in that 9 to 5 to pay the bills until they can really see some success in this side business to turn it into a bigger company. And I was wondering if you guys have any experience with that, or offer some tips for people who might.
Don't give up your day job.
You'll be working mornings, nights, and weekends.
Yeah, just scheduling time, and you have to think of what's a priority too, like those happy hours or that gym time, getting your nails done. I mean, it's so funny because I will hear literally, I say getting the nails done because I hear it in nail salons all the time, like about these ideas that people have, but they just don't have time for it, and you're watching them get like an hour and a half like pedicure. And I'm thinking there's a lot more hours in the day if you get up earlier, if you stay up later, and yes, something you're going to have to sacrifice some things, but anyone says that you can just have it all. There's only so many hours in a day, and the really great things, the reason they're so great is because they took a lot of work, and they're extraordinary, because if it was easy, then everybody would do it and everybody would have it.
Time management is key. It's crucial to anything, in managing your time right, and putting your time and energy where the focus should be. Because you're right, we all do a lot of things that's just mindless stuff. I mean, I spent like an hour on Instagram for what? You know, that's an hour you could have had with your business plan. So, yeah, just have the time management. Are there, young lady right here?
Just a quick question. So let's just play this out for a second. You have an idea. What were the first, or are the first, let's say, 5 practical steps that you take in order to actualize that idea? You guys, what's your process?
Prototype. Give it to people.
What do you mean by that?
Build it. I mean, even my elastic shoelaces, right, which ultimately became these beautiful nylon bungee cords with aglets, which are a fancy word for lace tip. But, originally it was the elastic out of my Calvin Kleins that I put in my grandfather's paper cutter, right? And it worked. I could slip my high tops on and off. They didn't come undone in the middle of a set, and they stayed snug. It worked. It was a prototype. Then I gave it to other people. Let me put my underwear in your shoes, as strange as that sounds. But yeah, you prototype, you test.
No, I'll just echo Ken. I mean, I've had the same experience. I built this thing I'm doing now. I built a treadmill desk for myself. My friends liked it. I built 12 of them, gave them to friends and people in the community, and got feedback, and then changed it based on the feedback. But that I paid for out of my pocket. Those were the first. And then it proved that people like this. Will they use it? So yeah, in the case of a product, it's proving it out before you can go to investors or go to market.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then comes the marketing plan. Then you. Yeah, 3 steps.
So I would say
you're making us work now.
If I were to have to give it to you in steps, I would say number one, business plan. What does your brand look like? Like what is it? What's the idea behind it? And then number two, and write that down and write your ultimate goal. So what is the bottom line goal? At the what do you want? Where do you want to be in 5, 10 years from now? Like the big idea goal. Because once you have that goal, then you work backwards. Then that's going to determine your budget. That's going to determine your marketing plan. Step number two is who's your customer? Who's your target audience? What do they look like? Where do they hang out? What are they buying? Who are your competitors? Doing a complete market analysis of what that looks like. What stakeholders are involved? Like if you are doing something in the food industry, you're coming out with a new nutrition bar, how does the government play a role in that? Are there certain things you have to pass? And then number three is coming back to the numbers, is going through literally writing out what is year one, year two, everything from like supplies that you need to the rent you need to pay, so that you can, and padding it so that you're not in a situation where, oh my God, I got 6 months in and I did all this stuff. If you don't have a plan, it is too easy to just veer off left,
Yes.
right, and center. And
Absolutely.
let distractions come in the way. Let every idea seems good, every connection seems good, and you could spend all your days on meetings, spinning your wheels.
And then you have nothing.
Yeah.
You have nothing to show for it.
But- exactly.
I feel you. You have to be like laser sharp focused. But I want to make sure we get you
Go ahead,
in
sorry.
to answer
Oh,
questions.
I mean, for me personally, I've had an idea, and then does it already exist in the marketplace? And if it does, who are my competitors? And what are my competitors not doing? And what can I do to serve a need that this product already has? Like, we built an education program around our feminine hygiene product, and then we found a community that the product served, and that just took off. I think if you do your due diligence on what you want to create and then really hone in to see who it can serve and then look at the numbers, you should be, I'm not saying you're going to be 100% good, but I mean.
Yeah, you were going to say.
Well, no, I'll just add to what everybody's saying, because I hear people in the audience, they're thinking of starting a business, what kind of plans, and yeah, after the product's proved out, you've got to have the marketing plan, you've got to do the traditional SWOT analysis for yourself.
Right.
Even whether you have investors or not, you've got to, is there a market, where are they, how am I going to reach them, how am I going to get my product to them, those things. But I just wanted to throw in my General Eisenhower quote, which I love to throw into these kind of things, but General Eisenhower always liked to say that in war, plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. And you've got to make the plan, but then you've got to be prepared to deviate from the plan if it's not working.
That was touche.
Well, let's thank all our panelists. That was a lot of information, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Hope you guys got a lot out of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's it.
What's that? Did I get your card?
No, I'm interested to see what you're doing, Ken.
Oh,
Eventually.
Any longer? Octavio and Nicole, hi everybody. You made it. Is it raining outside? It's raining hard. Who here had a challenge with the rain? Who here is an LA native? So you guys are the only ones that can really complain because you know that's what we do here in LA. We complain when it rains.
Position lights.
You guys live? All right.
Check.
Well, welcome. My name is Corey Weiss, and I intend to make this panel as interactive as possible. So to start, I even got gifts for some of you. I'm with IPSI. Does anyone know who IPSI is? What IPSI is? That's on the panel. What? What is IPSI? A bag, yes. So you're a winner. You come up after the panel. We'll get that for you. So IPSI is the world's largest beauty community. We're also the largest beauty subscription service, but we're about disruption, and we change the way that people learn and discover and purchase beauty. And today's panelists, two of them are going to be disruptive because they're going to come mid-panel and will arrive soon. But welcome. I want to make this, like I said, as conversational as possible. I have a quick survey for you. Who here has taken a shot of wheatgrass? Keep your hands up. Who here has taken a yoga class? Yes. Who here has tried CBD? We don't judge. All right, so basically you're all interested in wellness, so you're in the right place. We've assembled a very interesting panel for you today of business leaders, founders, to talk about this new guard of wellness and what wellness means. So before we start, everyone's familiar why we're here and who these panelists are, right, about wellness? I want to make sure that we're addressing topics that are important to you. So are there any topics that you guys definitely want to hear about or to be covered in the next 45 minutes or so? Anyone? No? Maybe you'll come up with one? Yes. Developing your audience and consumer marketing? Awesome. We will definitely get to that. And one more question for you guys. Who here is with a brand? So we've got some brands. Awesome. How about an agency or a service-based business? Yes. And how about influencers? Any influencers in the room? And we have influencers. Awesome. So now we know who you guys are and what your interests are. And if you have any questions throughout the panel, we don't have to wait till the end to have those pressing questions answered. So now I'll let the panelists start by introducing themselves, and we'll start with you, Kane.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Kane Sarhan. I'm the co-founder and chief creative officer of The Well. The Well is your complete ecosystem for wellness. We are launching our first private members club in New York City in exactly 40 days. We are a 18,000 square foot social club meets destination spa in big urban markets, and are currently working on location number 2 in New York, a location in Los Angeles, and a location abroad.
Hi, I'm Billy Hawkins. I lead a company named Arsenic. It's a social media company. In about a year, between Instagram and Snapchat, we were reaching 3 times as many people on our social media as MTV was on cable. We developed an expertise in social media that led us to work with a network of social media influencers that in aggregate reach over 200 million people. And we've leveraged that community and that base to launch a social media agency where we help other brands reach their consumers through social media, influencers, and campaigns.
And first off, thank you everyone for joining us. Corey was not wrong when he said this is going to be the best panel you've ever experienced in your entire life.
Woo! Fired up here, guys.
But my name's Michael Bumgarner. I am the founder of a skincare line called Kanuka. It is a clean beauty skincare line for the Canna Curious consumer. So we combine CBD with Manuka honey. And we were very, very fortunate to be the largest CBD beauty launch in history with Ulta Beauty in March. And I'm excited to be here.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here, all of you. And so we're going to start off. I mean, you heard a little bit about their backgrounds. Oh, and one caveat, I wasn't joking that 2 of our panelists are battling the 405 and will be here shortly, and we'll let them do a quick introduction when they get here. But it almost sounds a little bit like the start of a joke that you have, a wellness destination, a social media company, and a cannabis curious brand walk into a bar. But this is not a joke. I mean, these are three amazing brands on the forefront of their industries, first movers, disruptive. And I know a lot of you out there probably are curious of how you guys got your start to go into, to be mavericks in areas where there weren't predecessors in your space. So maybe, Kane, if you want to start, and we'll work our way to kind of talk about what was the impetus or catalyst to create this kind of hybrid wellness club experience.
Totally. I think so my two co-founders and I all have had our own wellness journeys. And all three of us sort of come from very different backgrounds, also sort of sound like a joke. It's like a banker and a marketer and a designer walk into a bar. So we've all had like a shared wellness journey, right, where we've gone through some type of health thing in our life. For me, I had cancer at a really young age, ended up luckily catching it early and beating it, but through that process sort of realized that in my 20s I really fucked up my body, and through smoking a half pack of cigarettes a day and waking up with a sugar-free Red Bull and living a very hard, very fast-paced private equity life, I really never put my health at the center of what I was doing. My co-founders, on the other hand, are both, one of them's a yoga teacher, one of them's a nutritionist. They're wellness aficionados, and for me, after working in private equity, and I most recently helped launch and helped create a hotel brand called One Hotels, which actually just opened our first location in LA, which I'm really excited about. I sort of reconnect with my co-founders who are dear friends and realize that there is a huge market for wellness. Obviously, there's, from influencers to brands to tourism. It's one of the fastest growing industries in the world right now. It's worth over $4 trillion as a category, but there's a lot of noise. And consumers don't really know what to do. They hear about CBD, they hear about CBD, they hear about fad diets like keto, they hear that they should be vegan, they hear that they should be paleo, they're trying acupuncture facials, but they're doing it at places with unlicensed acupuncturists, right? There's just so much noise in wellness, and there really was never anyone who was a true vetter of that, and who could really say, listen, wellness isn't something that needs to be hard. It isn't something that needs to feel like another job. You can figure out how to do acupuncture and how to get a massage and how to see a functional medicine doctor and how to do a personal trainer and not have to go to 4 different places to do it. And more importantly, there needs to be a brand out there that you can know and trust that when they say this is something you should do or this is something that works, that it's backed by science, that it's backed by thousands of years of anecdotal research, that it really has like a quality to the product that's being offered. And so for us, we couldn't find that. We wanted it, so we decided to build it.
That's awesome. And this is Ashley Lewis with Fleur Marche, and we'll work our way. We're going to go to Billy and Michael, and we'll work our way back to you, Ashley. We're just kind of talking now about how you got, what was the catalyst or impetus to jump into, be mavericks in your spaces.
All right, first off, I'm taller than the mic. You can hear me though, right? All right, so that's number one. Number two, I think most people start what they do from a position of strength. They know a lot about wellness or cannabis, and they start a wellness or cannabis company. My company started because I knew absolutely nothing about the area. So at the time, I was an agent at CAA. It's kind of a traditional talent agency. And the 2 clients I was spending the most time with were Will Smith and J.J. Abrams. By the way, this is before Will Smith was on Instagram. And I was the right hand of the president of the company. He led both accounts. But day to day, I was there. I was doing all the work. and I wanted desperately to become more meaningful to each of these. You know, these guys were like cornerstones of my career. It's the reason I had a house in the Hollywood Hills, or these two guys. And what I observed is they were super powerful, but they still didn't get everything they want. You would just assume that when Will wants to make a movie, he gets to make it. But Will and Sony and JJ and Paramount, they still had differences of opinion and so forth and so on. And we would often be kind of trying to solve those problems. And I had a very kind of rudimentary thesis. I was like, do you even need a studio? Like, is there some way that these people could reach their audience without a studio? I don't know, maybe they could post or download and people could pay and they could track their own audience and understand them and communicate with them. But I didn't even have an Instagram account. I technically had a Facebook account, but I didn't use it. And I thought, I got to learn about this whole social media thing. This was 2014. And so I did what I think all of us have done. Like, you get curious about something, you try to surround yourself with people better than you. And so I leveraged my CAA expense account, and I would invite people to my house in the hills and put together little dinner parties. And at each dinner party, I would try to curate like both a group that would be valuable for me to learn from. So there'd be like maybe a couple VCs, a couple founders, some talent that was using social media. But I was also mindful of like, make sure that there are guests that the other guests will want to meet and interact with. Because unfortunately, I'm not much of a lure, as you can tell already. All right. And so I started doing these dinners, and a few things came out of doing them. Number one, I started to learn. Like, it made sense. I was learning. I started helping with various brands or accounts on social media. And as I learned, all of them grew. I'd help someone grow from 1,000 to 1 million followers. And I'm enough of a nerd that I kind of got good at it, like on my phone, figuring that out. So that was one thing I observed. Another is that people wanted to come to these dinners. These weren't like incredible experiences. This wasn't like the Museum of Ice Cream. But people wanted to come and enjoy themselves and meet the other people, and they started asking, when's the next one? So they started to take on a life of their own. And then finally, and most importantly, I looked up at one of these. It had become like almost a cocktail party with fast food, not just a dinner party. And I started doing like some math. I'm like, oh, she's here, she's got 1 million followers. He's here, he's got 2 million followers. And I was realizing there's 20 million worth of followers in my living room, and they've become my friends. And if I say, hey guys, take your phone out, take a picture of this, whatever, they would do it. Now, I was in movies, not TV, but 20 million people, like, think about that. That's not the Super Bowl. That's like a major television event. And at the time, like, no one was thinking about Instagram in the same way they think of TV. And so I thought, there's got to be something here. And I left CAA. I got a bunch of people to help me. The head of Disney invested, the head of Lionsgate invested, some senior folks from Live Nation. And we both launched a brand, which had success, and then started helping others with their agency. And that's kind of what led to it.
Awesome. Michael?
I'll try to keep this as short as possible, because I get kind of long-winded. And I love the segue here, because you knew nothing about social media. I'm in beauty, of all industries. I have a farming background. 3 years ago, if someone would tell me I'll be on a panel talking about beauty, I'd be like, you are crazy. But I know a lot about beauty now. But what got me here is because of the farming background, because of my roots at the end of the day. What my mission is and what wakes me up, other than my family, is ultimately, how do I increase demand for this commodity, industrial hemp, cannabis, in a way that we can positively affect our local farmers, our family farmers. It's illegal in a lot of areas. So I started with that thought process of what can I do to help this, because there's a lot of farms in rural America that are struggling. A lot of people don't realize bankruptcy, all-time high, farming communities. Suicide rate is up 27% in the last 3 years. Addiction, where the opioid epidemic is hitting the hardest, is rural America. And I truly believe that a lot of this is due because they don't have opportunity to successfully put food on their family's table. So that was kind of the precipice of like, how can I help solve this problem? Which led to me thinking, if I can create brands that utilize industrial hemp, that utilize cannabis to some degree, launch them successfully in a big way, and I'm talking, if I can scale a brand in 2 to 3 years nationally and then globally, demand for this commodity will increase, and ultimately I'll be able to help provide opportunities for these farmers and then throughout the vertical. So that's kind of what got me thinking of how to start how to jump into this industry. Now, how did I get into beauty? That's a whole nother topic, and it has to do with CBD is a powerful inflammatory. When applied topically, it decreases that inflammation. It just so happens, I'm very blessed, my wife happens to be in dermatology. So I was able to learn from her, 99% of skin issues are a form of inflammation. So when you apply this ingredient, this natural ingredient from the earth to your skin topically, it will decrease that inflammation. Because I am from rural America, I'm from a small town in Ohio, it's very conservative.
What's the town?
It's Mechanicsburg, Ohio. Very, very small. I knew immediately launching a skincare line with just cannabis at that point in time would still be difficult. There would still be people out there a little stigmatized. It's like, you're trying to get me high. I know you are. You're saying you're not, but you're trying ultimately to get me high. So I went searching to find that complementary ingredient to not only make our product more effective, but also more approachable. And that's when I found Manuka honey. My cousin was working in a burn unit in Nashville, Tennessee, and she came up and she's like, hey, we started using Manuka honey to naturally heal burn wounds. And I had that light bulb moment that's like, people know honey's good. They might not know why honey's good, but they like honey. I combined the two. That's where Kanuka comes from, cannabis, Manuka honey. Just put those words together. And we ultimately have a very effective product that's approachable from a branding perspective. It's approachable from an ingredients perspective. And again, we've been very fortunate to be able to, to launch in Neiman Marcus and launch in some of these really key retailers, Ulta Beauty. But yeah, that's where it started from.
So let's get Yanni welcome.
Here we go.
Now we're complete. Now we'll kick it up another notch. But Ashley, if you want to talk a little bit about how you guys got started, then Yanni, you, and then I want to throw it back. I want to mix it up. I want to make a little controversy here to get you guys excited and engaged. So let's have you share a little bit about.
The traffic was horrible. So I co-founded Fleur Marché, which is an online CBD boutique, and our mission is really to rebrand cannabis as wellness. Full disclosure, Michael's brand is featured on our site, and one thing I will say, I don't think he does justice to himself in his introduction. Scaling a brand in 2 to 3 years is a feat in and of itself, and oftentimes the way people approach it is just by slapping words on a package and making it look pretty and trying to sell it. And I'm saying this for a reason, he has created a really best-in-class CBD brand that's very high quality and takes a lot of care in how he's formulating and what he's creating. So I feel like you should add that when you talk about it. In addition to having like an amazing world-saving mission, so he doesn't do himself justice. I say all that because our mission as an online CBD retailer was not to create our own product, but instead to really highlight the best of the best out there. You see the word CBD plastered on almost everything today, from mascara to jelly beans to Big Macs, or whatever Carl's Jr.'s equivalent is. And it's really hard to figure out what is legitimate and what you actually should be putting in your body. So we created an online platform to help you do just that, and have a very strict vetting process and take a lot of care as we think about who should be featured on that platform. The way we got started, my co-founder and I were colleagues and work wives at Goop, which can start a controversy in and of itself. But I ran the wellness business at Goop. I spent a lot of time from late 2016 thinking about CBD and cannabis and how it relates to your wellness routine. And in that time that I was researching the science behind it, the regulatory landscape, thinking about products and how to vet them, I realized that there was this huge audience of women to whom I was selling high-end, wonderful products, who were really invested in health, beauty, and wellness, and were really willing on any given day to experiment with holistic, progressive, weird, alternative healing modalities. And yet those same women who were so adventurous and so willing to take chances when it came to self-care, when you said the word cannabis to them, oftentimes almost physically recoiled and would say, oh no, I'm not a stoner, I don't want to get high, I had a pop brownie in college, that was enough for me, no thank you. And the more I learned about CBD, the more I started to use it myself, I just felt like there was a huge miss, there was a huge opportunity to really reframe the narrative around cannabis and specifically CBD, which one, does not get you high, and two, has only so far been studied for very therapeutic benefits. And so we really saw this as a wellness tool, not as a recreational drug, again, which everyone has their own opinion. I'm very supportive of the recreational side of cannabis as well, but this was something different. And so we really set out to do what we had learned at Goop, which, say what you will about Goop, and it's sort of the progressive conversations or controversial conversations they have. Every product on that site is so highly vetted, is so carefully chosen, and it's just the standards at Goop for how you choose a product. It's just sort of like the cornerstone of everything. We took that same ethos and then started to apply it to this new ingredient that people were really misinformed about. So that's how we got going.
Great, thank you. And then Yanni?
Sure. Apologize again. We're 5 months in, so I'm still taking every meeting. Coming from a small distributor in Huntington Beach and fighting the 405. But thank you for having me. I'm Yanni. I founded Lemon Perfect. It's a flavorful and refreshing cold pressed lemon water. Distribution in Southern California and expanding now into the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, and Rocky Mountains over the next month. So super excited. I coached college basketball for 10 years, and a friend of mine wrote a book. My last year I was at Nevada, a friend of mine wrote a book on the ketogenic diet. In the back of the book were all these sample meal plans. Every day started by drinking freshly squeezed lemon water, which I did for about 3 or 4 days and then threw my hands up in the air. I couldn't do it again. At the same time, our players are guzzling vitamin water and Bai in the locker room. And, the lightning bulb moment goes off. Often I wish, now that I've been in this, I wish that moment didn't happen, right, sometimes. But I said, well, what happens if we combine the two, right? Can we take this powerful fruit that everyone knows, most people love, maybe not the taste, and combine it with a more mainstream American flavor profile and see what that fusion nets out as, and that's Lemon Perfect. And so it's the idea of combining a functional ingredient that doesn't have sugar and without distorting the nutritional integrity of the lemon by using cold pressure and high pressure processing, and then adding the flavor profile of mainstream America, which is vitamin water, which is Bai. We came up with this, what's proven to be the intersection of great taste and good for you. And I think what for me has become the most obsessive piece of this, especially lately, is the idea of doing it at a price point that's accessible for anyone, anytime, anywhere, right? We live in a country where the accessibility of wellness products is certainly not democratized. And so for me, the idea of being able to bring wellness to the world in a bottle is a wildly intoxicating proposition, and one that we're very excited about.
Cool. Thank you, Yanni. So one thing that is common across all these panelists is they're all very humble, and it's actually, I'm really proud to have them all here. And so I have tons of questions to ask them. Now that you guys have a little bit of their background, and they're also very open to sharing. Do any of you have questions in regards to like your current business that maybe you can learn from these panelists? Because it is a unique opportunity to have 5 people with these backgrounds assembled here. Or I could keep asking questions. Come on, guys, it's interactive. It's digital Hollywood. Yes.
How do you apply to get your product on Goop? I'm not asking for yours because I don't have CBD.
On Goop, it depends what kind of product do you have?
It's we have lotions and capsules that mitigate skin cancer and in the skin, and also a coconut paste that brings back CBD.
Oh, very cool. I would suggest emailing. I'm sure on the site there's some email. I mean, even if you email. Oh, submissions@goop.com.
Are you at Goop
right.
in the back? Okay. All right, submissions@goop.com.
Yes. Thank you.
There was a question in the back, far back, if you want to.
What was the biggest challenge with getting into Ulta Beauty? What was that process like?
Great question. I don't know if it's necessarily just specific with Ulta. I think it really is with any of the larger retailers and retailers in general. I think it's
very important to really articulate and then back up what you articulate, where your CBD comes from and how it's sourced. Is it isolate? Is it full spectrum oil? Is it broad spectrum? These are all questions we have to think through. All can be very, very effective. Specifically for Ulta and for what we needed to do is we needed to make this as easy as a decision for the decision maker, before the buyer, as possible. Isolate is what we use. Isolate used topically is very effective, but it also just made the decision when we're working with the general counsel of Ulta or another big time, general counsel for another major retailer to say, hey, we can verify that our product has 0% THC, and we can back that up by facts and facts and facts and facts. So I think with anything, whatever product line you do, I think the important thing is understanding what the person in front of you really needs to know and ask a lot of questions, and then figure out how you can answer them honestly to the best of your ability.
Great, you guys are heating up. We just took front row.
I have a brand called the Travel Food and Fitness Network. So it started off as a TV show, but we're branching off. I'm curious, how do you speak to distributors? How do you expand your brand?
Yanni.
Mr. Lemon Man, that's
Yeah.
gonna stick.
Yeah. I'm going to change that card.
Yeah. No, thank you. For me, everything is product driven, right? If you walk into a room and feel really good about what you're selling or what you're presenting, it certainly amplifies, I think, the conversation. We started in 4 stores and used that data to then go to the next chain, which was 12, and then use that data to go to the next chain, which was 17. And then Whole Foods called, and so then we met with them, and so now we've got 2 regions of Whole Foods. So what you find is that you can get into a little bit of a snowball effect, right? You have to really focus on winning early. I think that for us was probably the biggest driver in our early story that we're building, is that we really committed to winning in the smallest footprint that we possibly could. So we have a saying that's a mile deep and an inch wide, right? And so if you can be hyper focused on winning early and building a story, then you can take that out and be confident as you start to try to scale. And so that's where we are right now. But I think you have to be really hyper focused, especially in retail, and especially in CPG, and especially in beverage, right? Building a direct to consumer story is obviously very different. We chose to start in retail, and then we'll launch our direct business at some point in the early fall. But we wanted to build a story. We wanted to be hyper aggressive with demo in store, getting as many bottles in hands as we could. Liquid to lips is what we call it. So whatever your product is, how do you put together a sampling program that is going to expose people to the brand, to the product, and then get the conversation started and let people do the talking for you.
I'm going to jump back to the program for a second. And we'll get back to your questions, because you said 2 things that I want you guys all to respond to. You said we used data and we used focus. Who here has been maybe a naysayer at some point regarding wellness? Like, oh, really? Do sound baths work? Does lemon really keep you healthy? Does CBD heal my back or my bad knee? I mean, probably people have questioned it. There's a lot of naysayers. It's okay, but I think you guys you didn't allow naysayers not to allow you to go into your businesses. So how do you, the question goes out to all of you, how do you deal with naysayers? And some are more aggressive than others, particularly in the CBD space, where they're testing products to say, hey, there's really no CBD or very little CBD. So I think all of you at some point with your businesses were confronted with cynics that doubted you. How do you confront that? How do you conquer those naysayers?
I think for us, and for me, I think it's a couple things. So one, you have to believe in what you're selling, right? Like you have to buy what you're pushing, and you have to be able to walk into a room and know that just because someone doesn't believe in you to invest, or just because someone doesn't want to buy your product, doesn't mean that it's not quality, right? Or that it doesn't have potential. And almost be at some point like so hyped up on your own Kool-Aid that like you believe your own hype, right? Like we always talk about like we had to like believe our own hype more than anyone else to get anywhere. And I mean, for the Well, we were walking around saying, you know, retail is dead, but we want to lease 18,000 square feet and spend $10 million to build a wellness club. And we talked to hundreds of investors that were like, no, like I'm not giving you my money. Like, are you kidding? And I mean, and we have been relatively successful in life and have built big brands and sold brands for billions of dollars, and you still would walk into meetings a lot of times with a bunch of old white straight dudes who would look at you and be like, what the hell is acupuncture? Or like, why would anyone buy this? Or like, what do you mean you're going to do Reiki on someone and they're going to pay you $250 for it? Like, no fucking way. And at first you would walk out of the meetings and you would have people say no and no, and you'd be like, oh, are we crazy? Oh, are we crazy? But the more you believe in it and sort of like just grit through it, and then when you get those yeses and you start hearing those yeses, like that is fuel, right? And you find your people, and you find people who believe in you and people who support you. And then like there's nothing better than having frickin' the Wall Street Journal tell the world that you raised $28 million and like sending it to every investor that said no. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? So I think it's a little bit of like, it's tenacity, right? And it's just willing to like believe in what you do and know that you're building a good product. I think in today's world, like the day of like building an okay product that like you put some marketing around is over, right? Like consumers are too smart, they are too informed, they have way too high of standards. So like, I don't think you can build crap anymore. And so if you believe in what you're doing, and if you're building something good, like if you build it, they will come.
Great. Does anyone else want to share?
I'll say something quick, which is to say, I think this is against conventional wisdom. I think we generally as humans, and I think in America we're generally taught, avoid the naysayers, block them out, don't listen. And I think one of the most valuable lessons that I've learned is to listen in a very acute way to the naysayers, that it's valuable data. I think Yanni said something, data, which I think there's two parts of it. Everyone who's coming to get you, they help you, either you learn from them and you iterate your product or your service and you adapt and become better because of that, or they help you sharpen your ability to communicate why they're wrong. But instead of trying to block it out, I think embrace it, try to understand it, and then make the best use of it. I am not saying let naysayers stop you, far from, but it's valuable to hear it, and that's part of the data. And the second part, and Yanni hit this, at the end of the day, if you go into one store, right, no matter what you have, I don't care if you're selling lipstick, lemon water, whatever you're selling, and everyone in that store loves what you do, and there are numbers, and you can track that, and that's facts. That's power, and that data, I think, a friend of mine used to say numbers don't lie. To the extent you can root what you have in numbers in some way, shape, or form, and those numbers are reliable, I think that's a form of power.
And I'll just say, surround yourself with great people that really believe in what you're doing. I mean, on the heels of that, I remember standing in the Arsenic House living room for the first time, and here comes Billy, this larger-than-life mythical figure, and then, I had just moved to LA, and I felt like we were going to build the most incredible brand when I walked out of there. And so, surround yourself with people that believe in you, that you can call, and that feel like you have a chance to tear down everything in your way. And it doesn't take a lot, right? Like my circle is maybe 8 or 10 or 12 people that I really feel like they believe that Lemon Perfect is powerfully scalable and will win, right? So surround yourself with those people. Cut through the noise. Don't listen to the noise, right? Obviously, invariably, if you build anything that wins, it won't be easy, and there will be a lot of noise on the way up, right? But if you just continue to fight and battle and believe in what you're doing and surround yourself with unbelievably great people like Billy, you will persevere.
Questions or hands are flying. We'll work our way back. So, you want to go ahead?
Thank you very much for coming and sharing this wonderful info. I have a brand I've been working on for the last 2 or 3 years, and I'm finally out of that stage where you actually know what you want to do, and I have the prototype and everything like it. Do you guys suggest trying to raise money the traditional investors way first, or do you suggest doing what Mr. Hopknackles did first, which was more like a grassroots kind of mom and pop that grew into a bigger thing? What is your opinion?
If you can fund your business and own as much of it for as long as possible, do it. As much as you can do on your own, because the more data you have and the more proof of concept you have and traction you have, the more leverage you have when you want to raise money to scale. So build as much of your business as you can on your own. Some businesses you can do that, right? Like if you have those means, and if there's a way to prove a concept on your own, I would always say build first and raise money when it's time to scale or take it to the next level.
Cool. There's still working our way back right here. Oh, I'm sorry. Go
The only
ahead.
other thing
Yes.
I would just add is even these days, venture-backed businesses is sort of like a dime a dozen, right? There's money everywhere, capital everywhere, and I think what people don't realize is that most businesses are not actually venture businesses.
Mhm.
Venture capital, like software businesses thrive, that can grow 20x in a year. Oftentimes, and this is now my third startup, the first one I've been responsible for, but you see there's a certain tipping point at which the company shouldn't be growing or making the decisions it's making to grow, but has to because its investors have their own numbers to hit.
Mhm.
And at that point, you start to see the wrong decisions being made and sacrifices and compromises, and it doesn't always turn out. I won't name the company I was at before Group, but I think it was on every list for the next billion-dollar company. It was this rocket ship. It was going to go huge places, and it hasn't. And I don't think it will. And you see that a lot of times. So just be really careful. Even once you're at the place where you can raise, be really careful about who you take money from.
100%. All right. Yes. So how did you build it, identify audience, monetization, any other trade secrets you can share?
What's the formula of lemon?
Yeah. Great taste. That's the formula. For me, I didn't know what I was doing, so it was very important that I surrounded myself with people that did. So we actually went out before we launched, and we did raise what we call our seed round, or we now call our seed round. And that was largely to surround myself with people that really knew sales and distribution, that knew supply chain operations, that knew how to build a brand. Because what I had wasn't good enough without that. We had packaging that, our first round of packaging, the bottles came off the line. We ran the MOQ, which I think was like 3,000 bottles, and the bottles came off the line. And I felt them in my hand. I'm like, oh shit, because I just didn't think it would work. And it was my first learning. What something looks like on a bottle or actually on a box is so different than what it looks like on a digital rendering or on a piece of paper, right? So that was my first hard learning. And also probably my first of now two kind of bet the company moments before we're really even anywhere yet. I called 40 investors and I said, we're gonna put a pin in this and rebrand. And so, not to get too off topic, but you have to follow your gut and you have to make hard decisions. I think there are, at least for me, or really what people say, is that there are gonna be 3 decisions that you have to make to kind of get to critical mass. And you gotta go 3 for 3. So, we just got out of number 2, which was hiring a COO who ultimately just didn't align with where my heart was, but was or is widely considered one of the really fantastic operators in all of CPG, Pepsi background. And what it came down to was just me following my heart and kind of the integrity of the mission that we've worked so hard to build. But But yeah, surround yourself with great people that know what they're doing. And then have conviction for what you believe in. Shape the mission and then allow them to execute it.
Michael, you probably...
Yeah.
Was there a follow-up
Yeah,
to that?
What did you say?
So I guess, yeah, besides attending panels and asking questions, which is a good thing, thank you, what do you think, like where did you find, I don't know, for lack of a better term, free resources or inspiration or mentorship that helps you formulate or shape your businesses?
Here.
I mean, in your instance, you were married to, your wife was a dermatologist, so you were lucky that you had a live-in help, for lack of a better term, but where...
Very well.
That's just, I got lucky. I'm gonna take it a step back. What was your name again? What was your name? What is it?
Dion.
So,
what was your...
so I'm gonna follow up and then
Yeah.
it can transition, because I think they're both great questions. And yours particular resonates with me, because when I approach it as I want to create products using industrial hemp, there's literally thousands of different products that could have created. A lot of people don't know industrial hemp was the first billion-dollar crop in America in the 20s and 30s. So I had options. But I think what I tried to focus on, and I think it's perfect for this panel, talking about disruption and beauty, after I started to understand CBD and really the benefits of CBD, both when you ingest it and topically, what can we disrupt? There's got to be a disruption going on. And I think each of us here are trying to disrupt an industry. And beauty, for the past 15 years, what I learned was the same ingredients used over and over and over again. They just called it something different. CBD is actually the first, to my understanding, is the first legitimately new ingredient that we can go to mainstream America and all over the world and say, hey, this is new, this is hot, and guess what, it works. And it's edgy. It's pretty cool too. You're in the cannabis space, people don't know about it, so you have that edginess about it too. So I think at first it's figuring out what the product, what you're passionate about, but then you got to do research. I think, a couple of the panelists, said, you got to make sure your assumption, there's data to back it up. Data is good. You don't want to make up data. You got to, trust data as well. So I think that's step number one. It's what you're passionate about, make sure it's effective, but also how are you going to be different? And it could be beauty, it could be a number of, beverage, a number of different options. And then in regards to like the startup world, the second question, and I forget your name, I apologize. It's like, I call it the hustle. Like when you're like bootstrapping, and trust me, I bootstrapped for years. And I just call it the hustle. You just have to figure out, how to leverage either friends, family, that extra oomph when everyone's going to bed or when everyone's still asleep in the morning. There's a way. The way is not always written, in this clear path that we can leverage and say, this is the roadmap. If it was that easy, everyone would do it. That's kind of my thought process there. But there are resources out there. I know the Better Business Bureau, there's small business loans, there is opportunities, but they take time and they take effort to even go through that process. So I think the key thing is just know, if the desire's there, then you got the hustle. There's people around you that can help answer questions, and there's always a way. I know that's kind of vague, the answer, but it really is the hustle. It really is the startup life.
And just quickly, I think Dion, is that right? I think it unfortunately matters what your business is. I had the great good fortune of not even trying. I'm just living my life and having some dinner parties, and I look up and there's 20 million followers there, and then I think, I wonder if I should do something with this. That was free, and I had that luxury. The well is going to be massive, all right? It's going to be the thing that's aspirational. Not everyone is going to be in, but they're going to want to be in if they're even cool enough to know. But you can't do that for free. That's a capital-intensive business. So when he identifies his market, he's got to have a hypothesis. He's got to back it up with some set of pitch in terms of, here's what I've done, here's what I've learned, here's what I've talked to. And he's got to persuade someone or he's dead in the water. Whereas I didn't have that. I was winning before I started. So for you got to figure out which of those categories are you in. Can you start to succeed, or do you need to persuade someone? And then if you figure out which path you're on, win on that path. Either become really fucking persuasive, or whatever you make or whatever service it is, make sure that people that do buy into it are having a positive experience.
And I'll just say, like, the biggest thing for me is from start out has been finding people who are
exceptional at what I want to do and going to work with them and learn from them. Like, I have had consistently 3 entrepreneurs, from a woman I met as her waiter in 2010, who ended up being the founder of Coyote Ugly, and like let me follow her around for a year and a half as her assistant, from like getting her Starbucks lattes to teaching her how to use Twitter, to a VC I met on Craigslist and his wife, who's one of the founders of the biggest tech nonprofits in the world right now, and he runs a $100 million fund, who let me be their assistant and their chief of staff and taught me how to build websites and design spaces, to the #1 king of hotels and a billionaire who I worked under too. Like, I have had 3 distinct people where when I've wanted to do something and been like, I want to do that, I want to learn it, I'm going to go work my ass off for you, and I will do anything from get you a coffee to give you 80 hours a week. And when you find people like that who you can learn from, who are exceptional at what they do, and when you honestly put your time and effort and the hustle behind learning from them, like, that opens the door. Like, anyone who's looking to break into an industry, you want to do something you've never done before, go find the best people in the world at it and beg them and convince them to let you work for them and learn from them. And like, that to me has been the biggest barrier of entry of starting anything. I couldn't have done the Well if I didn't have Jackie, Nahal, and Barry. Like, through that experience with them, like, they've given me, one of them taught me how to hustle, one of them taught me how to convince people, one of them taught me how to design things. Like, that has been the biggest key to success by far.
The only thing I would just add, sorry, is, and it comes sort of on the heels of everything you guys have said, but figure out what you're really good at. So there's something in your business other than just your vision that you will do better than anyone else. And you have to add all of those people who do things better than you do. But for example, we get asked all the time who did the branding of our website. We did it. You know, we wireframed it and designed it ourselves because we had a clear vision for what we wanted to do, and that was totally free. And so even if you have, I mean, our first check was for $50,000, and it wasn't like that fairy tale story, like you got one check and then they all flow in. Like, that really didn't happen. And so, but we had a very clear plan for how we would build the site if that's all we ever got until it was up and running. And that included buying inventory, that included finding a web developer to help do very specific customization. So there's a lot of things that you have in your toolbox probably right now that are more valuable to helping you succeed than anything else money could buy you. And so I would just encourage you to like think hard about, where did you get this idea? Why do you have this idea? Why are you so passionate about it? And then that, if you're not already aware of it, like that will lead you to the thing that you do better than anyone else could. And really like lean hard on that.
So I'm going to ask one more question, and then we'll bring it back to the audience. So, Kane, you said earlier that you wound up in a room with straight white old dudes. Were like, what the fuck is Reiki? I get it, but there's also been a shift. There's been a shift where people are more open to wellness. I got my mom taking CBD, sublingual now, and you know, my dad's rubbing CBD, balm on his knees and whatever. So there's been a shift. So I'd like to hear from all of you. Maybe keep the answers as concise as you can. But one, what do you hold responsible for this shift that we're seeing, that people are open to going to sound baths? I mean, I was joking earlier that people question things like that, but people are open to wellness and people are open to trying new things, maybe where they were less open to it years ago. And then what trends do you see in the wellness space? And maybe we'll start with you, Ashley, and work our way across.
Great. I think people are more open because people are feeling not great. I think like we're seeing, cancer is like a thing. I guess it's a thing of our parents' generation, depending on what generation you're in. But we're all living longer, having more diseases, not feeling as well. And then on top of that, we're hearing that the sugar lobby for years was telling us that fat was bad when in fact it was sugar. And there's sort of all these things that we thought were true that aren't true. And so everyone's just sort of much more in tune with how to live healthier, how to be healthy, and how to sort of like have a longer, more lasting life. I think that is where it comes from. My background in wellness now spans, at least 6 years in various forms of it. I started in fitness, and when studio fitness was becoming the thing. And I just saw everyone all of a sudden flocking from the gym to these classes where people were telling them how to work out in the right way so that you're actually maintaining your muscles in your body and you're not sort of killing yourself just lifting weight. Sorry, this is not concise. So anyway, I think we're not feeling as well naturally. We can't trust our food sources. We can't sort of trust where things are coming from. And so we're having to take that responsibility on for ourselves. And then I do think the trends, whether it's CBD or organic food or sound baths, I think the trends really are sort of like, it's about self-care and like what that means to you and what that feels like and what you choose to do. And so it could take any number of forms. CBD is now, I think in 5 years, there'll be something we can't even conceive of. But again, it's sort of how am I physically and emotionally making myself feel better.
Yeah, I just think great brands have really led the revolution, disruptive brands, right? Whether it's Lululemon or even Whole Foods dating back now 30 years, right? I think you're starting to just see the fruits of those original wellness brands, better for you brands, start to penetrate just a greater distance, right? And then the more recent brands have just piggybacked on that. But I think brands have driven the wellness revolution, right? How you look and how you feel is so often dictated by what you're wearing or what you're holding or what you're eating or what you're drinking or where you're walking into. And that's all brand driven, right? And so my thesis is that if you build a great brand, the wellness component of it becomes more believable and more part of the integration into your daily lifestyle.
I mean, I think, so like I wasn't a wellness person 3 years ago, right? Like I smoked a half pack of cigarettes a day, I drank a sugar-free Red Bull for breakfast, like I said, and for me, I got on the wellness bandwagon because it worked, right? Like it helped me feel better, it helped me look better. Acupuncture is how I quit smoking. I started taking supplements. And got on a supplement protocol that my co-founder put me on that completely took away the fatigue I had every morning that made me want to drink a sugar-free Red Bull, right? I adjusted my diet, and not only did I see my skin change or my body change, but I also saw my mood change and my energy change, right? So I think wellness begats wellness. Once you start actually investing into it, like it works, so you want it. And I think the reason everyone's jumping on that train is because they're sick of killing themselves with opioids. They're sick of a food lobby that lies to them about food. They realize that we have more money and more access to quality, healthy living than we ever had before, but we're dying younger and we're unhealthier than we've ever been before. And the preventative or the responsive healthcare system that we built of, oh, you're sick, take a pill, oh, you're obese, get a surgery, oh, you had a heart attack, like, take this for the rest of your life, oh, you wake up with heartburn, just take a Nexium. Don't change your diet and stop eating hot dogs and bacon and fucking whatever you do every morning, just take this pill and you'll be fine. And we're realizing that doesn't work. And if we do want to live longer, if we do want to be healthy, if we do want to have quality lives, we have to be preventative. It's every day. How do we stop ourselves from getting sick? How do we keep ourselves healthy and not just have a responsive life? I actually think one of the next big trends in wellness, again, going back to something that's been around for forever, but I think it's going to make a new turn, is I actually think essential oils are about to blow up. I think they are so incredibly powerful. You have one brand that completely owns the market right now, doTERRA, which is a total pyramid scheme marketing craziness on its own, but does $2 billion a year in essential oils. I think essential oils are going to see a huge renaissance. One, because I think they work. Two, because I think they're what people want, natural, real, plant-based. And three, because I think there's a hole there. And I don't just say that because we're doing it, but you know.
All right, so caveat, I don't lead a wellness company, rather I lead a marketing company that helps other companies, including wellness companies, so you get that. So I think the observation I have is probably unpopular, but I think wellness matters. What I observe is that the version of wellness I grew up with, which was no pain, no gain. Like, you know, if it tastes good, it's probably not good for you, and if it's good for you, it probably doesn't taste good. I've observed people don't have a lot of patience for that. People want to like what it is that you're selling them. They want to enjoy it. It's not good enough, in my observation, that it be good for them. So that's my observation. And then maybe related to that is something that Yanni taught me. It's interesting. He kept talking about brand in his answer, and the brand that he's building is going to be a very powerful brand. But what he taught me as someone who's in marketing is that the foundation of brand is product. What he is building, it just tastes better, right? I generally thought of it like there's Coke and there's Pepsi, and who can have the better commercial, and that's how I've lived my life. But I don't know, I can't tell the difference in Coke and Pepsi. I think that him starting with product and creating a product that's winning and then makes a healthy lifestyle not just not a sacrifice but a pleasure, I think is both how you build a brand and also I think the observation on wellness.
You guys nailed it. My take on wellness is a little, well, I agree with everything these guys said. I think about wellness, you can think about it so many different ways. I think about wellness like, I look at this audience, it is, what time is it, 4 o'clock on Wednesday, beautiful rainy day in LA, and we're sitting in here talking about wellness. Where I'm from, people can't do that. You know, rural America, and why I say that is we're so fortunate. We're all, like, I look at my life and beyond blessed. I look at everyone here and I'm thinking, we are very fortunate. We're the minority. So wellness to me and how I feel like I can help benefit this is ultimately, if you're struggling, if you are stressed about finances, if you're stressed about putting food on your family's table, you're not going to have wellness. That's not, you don't care if I'm going to eat this nice grilled piece of chicken or this filet mignon. You're like, where's my $1 Big Mac, because that's what I can afford. So what I'm trying to do, and my mission, and it truly drives every decision we make, it's how do we increase demand for me, it's industrial hemp, so we can put people in a position to actually have enough money in their pockets to think about wellness how we think about wellness. Because until you are able to be able to choose A or B, it's very difficult to make that educated decision. Because I guarantee if it was an even playing field and everyone was sitting on $1 million in the bank and you had the option between, you know, something that's horrible for you or a good product that's tastes just as well, but it's good for you, you're gonna pick the good product. So I think that's for me what drives me. It's like, let's try to put people in a better position to then they can actually have the conversation about the wellness. I think it'll decrease stress, etc. And then the future for wellness for me is, well, you know, if we can hit our goal and achieve what we're set out to achieve, which I'm gonna drive every day as hard as I can until we do it, hopefully there will be more people that have a higher level of income so that they can make smarter decisions. And I ultimately think that's what the cannabis space in general, whether you're talking industrial hemp or medical marijuana or recreational, as the demand increases, there's going to be more opportunities starting with the farmer, but through up the vertical, ultimately put more money in people's pockets so then they can actually be as fortunate as we are here to make those wise decisions about what wellness is for them.
Nailed it.
Great.
It's following you guys.
5 for 5. Well, so we do have to wrap, but I want to take a few questions if there are any last burning questions. Yes.
So my question is, because the narrative is social media and wellness, it is new. And to me, I think of it almost as buying that like perfect bottle of wine, but you don't know wine, you just look at the label and look at which is expensive. So how are you guys going about educating? Why am I going to go to your brand? And I hear you as you something.
Yeah.
So differentiation.
Yeah, and so I'm a retailer and Michael's a brand, or I mean, we have a brand, but, so the reason we started as a retailer as opposed to a brand is because we saw that there were founders and brands out there really taking great care to create high-end, well-thought-out, well-formulated product, and we wanted to provide somewhere for consumers to go where they knew that they would be safe. Right now, the only way, if you're in a CVS, if you're in sort of any retailer you see CBD on the street, the only way to actually know if it's a good product is to email the brand and say, how do you make this product? Can I see your third-party testing? Can you assure me that there are no toxins or heavy metals from the hemp that was grown? Because one thing that's really important to know about CBD, which comes from industrial hemp, is that industrial hemp is a bioaccumulator. It will suck up all of the toxins in the soil around it. And oftentimes, we heard this, Michael and I were at an event last night, but oftentimes is used by farmers to clear the land. Once they've sort of like grown a crop, then they sort of plant hemp there to suck everything up, clear the land, and they can plant the next crop. So it can be very dangerous if you are not, consuming a high-quality product. What we do for our consumers is that any brand that makes it onto our site is very highly vetted, not only from a brand perspective, is it a great brand that we think our customers want to pick up and sample? Does it smell and feel and look good? That's sort of like the very first skim we do. The second one is we talk to the founders. Why are you doing this? How are you doing this? Like, where do you source your product? If we feel like they're sort of on the same mission we are and have the same ethos about making people feel better, that's the second skim. And then the third one is where we really dig in and require a very serious suite of tests. So we require for the hemp extract, first and foremost, heavy metals, pesticides, herbicides, residual solvents, microbiological contaminants. We require all that testing, and we make sure that it adheres, that it's either at zero or adheres to state laws. Then we also ask for testing on the finished product. Is the amount of CBD you say on the package is in that product? Does it test for that amount? And those are pretty onerous steps to go through. We assume that the average consumer doesn't have the time or interest to do that. And so what we're trying to do is provide that safe place. And the onus on us as a brand is to just educate the consumer, come here and you will be safe, and this is why. And so we're very vocal about all the things that we do, but not everyone's doing that. And that's what scares me about this industry. I'm a huge believer in CBD, like massive, right? Like I pinched a nerve 2 days ago. I have tape and CBD on my neck, and like that is what has me here today. But what scares me is that there's just people slapping CBD on packaging. You might go try one of those products and say, either this didn't work at all or I feel sick, this is crap, and then you're never going to try it again. And so we're really just trying to get the word out. And the more people who do that, the better, frankly. We don't mind people doing the exact same thing we're doing. We think it's better because CBD, I think, is here to stay. It's not a fad, it's a trend. I can always get them confused. It's not fleeting. I think this is a real thing, and I think that it's important that we all police high quality product. And that's why I'm so proud to have someone like Michael on our site.
Were there one last question in the back?
Yeah, I like what you said about trying to raise economic wealth, but I'm not so sure that can be done. So I'm wondering if you were donating a portion of your profits. I think the people that most need to be served are the people that are not middle class or middle class. They're that can afford all these services and create B Corps. I mean, what are you trying to address the large audience out there that really needs your
So is about democratizing the product?
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think there definitely is a need of. I'm a proponent of all the above as of right now. So I think providing people to provide the opportunities to provide for themselves is a big win. But I also think as a brand or as a company to find those reputable organizations that you trust that they're getting the money in the right place. I think that's a win too.
So at the Well, it starts with our team members. So we have team members all up and down the chain. Our first club has 130 employees, everyone from a spa attendant who's responsible for cleaning the space all the way up to us as co-founders. So we think about how do we impact those people, right? How do we make sure they have the best health insurance in the world? How do we make sure that they are paid really well? How do we make sure that they can take wellness home to their families and educate them? Because I do think that it's not just about having the financial resources to make the decisions, but it's about having the education to know why you need to spend $2 on a quality piece of meat and not on a Big Mac, right? And what the difference is there and why that matters, because there are times when you can make the decision for what you buy a Big Mac meal at McDonald's, you can make a really healthy meal at home from the grocery store, and a lot of times there just isn't education there. We also donate a percentage of our profits to organizations, so we sponsor government research,
We're already sponsoring government research. We sponsor food programs in New York City that get healthy food into urban markets. Once a month, we actually take our practitioners who are the best in the world at what they do, our yoga teachers, our acupuncturists, our physical therapists, our energy healers, and we pay them to go give their services in low-income communities. So actually take their services and give them to them. Oftentimes healers and practitioners are underpaid, so we pay them to do that so that they're compensated to do it. So we're very much a luxury product. Our clubs are exclusive, they're luxury. We want to build products in the future that are more attainable, but we also see a responsibility to be out there and to be educating and to be helping, from the people who work with us to the communities that we don't serve with our product but can obviously play a role in and actively help. So I totally agree with you, 100%.
The other, I'll say, we just figured this out. It's been really important to us since we started, especially because it's not lost on us that my co-founder and I are two white women who are dealing in cannabis when it's an insane statistic that it escapes me right now, but the number of minorities and people of color who are incarcerated for literally doing what we're doing is insane. So a lot of our counterparts in the industry are donating to very specific organizations to sort of help either sort of get those people back on their feet once they're out of prison, or sort of help get them out of prison. That's something that's really important to us. At the same time, what's happening in the southern part of the country right now is very personal to both of us for different reasons. Also something we want to contribute to. And so we really struggled for a while, like, how do we do this the right way without being condescending and really like sort of like showing due respect to the people who don't have the luxuries we do. And so what we've just figured out, and we're building the capability right now on the site, is essentially we're going to choose sort of 4 organizations that span these issues. For us, it's about women. Like, we created a female-focused brand, so it's about women, and so they're women-touching organizations. But we'll allow our customers with every purchase to decide who they contribute to, so that it doesn't feel heavy-handed at all, but that it also, like, it's clear that it's meaningful. And that's how we figured was the best way to do it. But we understand the position we're in and how lucky we are. And I think figuring out, even though, I mean, we're a very small company, we're 6 months old, and 1% of our revenue still probably isn't as meaningful as other companies. Hopefully we can start that from the beginning and one day really be meaningful contributors to all of those organizations.
And I would say in 10 seconds, because I know we're wrapping, yes, we donate money as well, but what I'm more proud of is that we serve as an organizational body to make sure that both our employees are actually giving their time and actually in a hands-on way contributing to some cause, and also catalyzing our community of influencers to be able to do the same. And I think that money alone doesn't solve some of the problems, and getting involved, I think, does. So I know you have to.
Awesome. Well, on that note, I want to first thank you guys, the audience, for attending today. I wish you well. I want to thank our panelists for your time and sharing your thoughts. Thank you guys very much. Have a great day.
You were fucking awesome. Well, thank you.